Hello and welcome back to another round of Your German Language Future. Today for you, we are going to dive deeply into 100% practice and training of what you have learned so far. So in the last chapters, you learned how to use the nominative and the accusative and how to adapt the endings of the verbs accordingly. Now, what we learned today is how specifically what we train today is how specifically do this only with the possessive pronouns, how the adjective ending is ending with the possessive pronoun, while we also learn a lot of verbs that are all for accusative for you to have more vocabulary. So let's begin. You see here a chaotic list, and the list is on purpose chaotic that you are forced to translate single words that you don't know yet, while as you see here on the left, you have clearly the possessive, the person pronouns that you already know here. Then you have verbs which we all go through, and some of the verbs have a small mark of du. For example, lesen, du liest, which means this verb is irregular and the du form is then du liest. And when the du form is liest, what is the er form? Question to you. I say ich lese, du liest, er. Now, if you don't know this form, then go back to the chapter of the irregular verbs. It is liest. Liest. Then we have the possessive pronouns that we know. And here we have all the adjectives that we learned so far in this column, which are the colors and regular other adjectives. And then we have a lot of nouns. Some of them might be not familiar with you. We will learn them. And most of the nouns are on purpose there, so male. Because let's repeat, what is the difference between nominative and accusative in their forms? I mean, nominative you use for what verb? If you do not remember that, then please go back to the nominative. Nominative you use for the verb to be. Nominative, to be. So whenever there is only sein, to be is sein, whenever there's only to be in the sentence, then you know it's a nominative sentence. And the accusative you use for all the verbs. Now, answer yourself, for what kind of verbs do you use it? If you don't know the answer, then please go back and check again the accusative. So accusative you use for movements, action movements, like to go, to run, to fly, for senses and everything that is indirectly connected to senses, like for example, to see, to taste, but also indirect things like, for example, to eat. To eat is indirectly connected with to taste. And other specific verbs that we have here in the list, like for example, haben. So, and what's the difference between nominative and accusative? If you do in their forms, if you do not notice, go back into the accusative and see the have a repeat what's the difference. Now the answer is that the female, male, and neutral form is the same. Only the male form differs. So the article for the male form nominative is there, and for the accusative it is, what is it? Den, exactly. So for example, to be, I am, ich bin der Lehrer. Senses, to see, ich sehe, I see, ich sehe den Lehrer, der Lehrer, den Lehrer. So that is what we're going to train here as well. Now let's go through it together. I will show you how to go through this list by yourself how to exercise this. And then you can correct yourself by using the Duden. If you didn't see this method yet, I repeat, go through this course systematically from each point to each point and not mix up everything, as it is based on each other like a pyramid is built on its fundament. And the how to correct yourself you find in the chapter of free translation and correction tools. So go back to the chapter and check it, how to use Duden.de, and you can correct your homework. Okay, so let's go through this massive list, and you will work like following. You just blindly point on something like this. Okay, you blindly point on air. Then you blindly point on a verb. For example, essen. You blindly point on the verb. These are all verbs, I repeat. All of these are verbs, and they are all in accusative, besides one verb, to be. That is not accusative, that is nominative. Very well. Okay. So then you go on air, you point on to eat, and then again you point like however you want on a possessive pronoun. Sein means what. If you don't know, then go back to nominative, to the chapter nominative. It means his. Then you point on any adjective. For example, grün, which means, if you don't know this, go to the chapter adjective colors. Means green. And then you point on any of these nouns. You have two methods how to do that. First, you could translate all the nouns and see what makes sense by the content, by the meaning of the noun. Or you can just make it a grammar practice and do not care about the meaning of the noun and just care about the article, the gender in front, to train your accusative and nominative difference perspective. So then you could, for example, just whatever, choose any of these without thinking. Let's say Kuchen. So blindly. Now you have these forms and you have to now Google what means what for your own training. So then you will Google Essen. Okay, let's go on Google Translator. Essen. Essen. German, English. Essen. Aha, eat. So this is the verb to eat. Okay, so now you write in your vocabulary book to eat. But what you also learned in the chapter of free tools correction, you always go with the he, she, it form to test if it's an irregular verb. I already did this in the list for you, but just for your own practice, do it again. So type in he, oh, excuse me, er. Now, essen, he eat. Questionable, huh? So you don't know what the form is. So what you have to do, according to the chapter of free tools and translation, you turn around and you say he eats. Aha, isst. What do we see here? Isst. So there is a small trap in this list. See, isst is not yet written down in the special form. Isst is obviously an irregular verb. So you write down for yourself. You can write do or the do form or I would prefer always the ist. So then you mark what is irregular. Here the E in red. Good. And that's it. So now you know the translation, and now you translate Kuchen. Kuchen, which means, if you translate der Kuchen, let's go, der Kuchen, Deutsch, der Kuchen, the cake, the cake. And now you transform the sentences, you form the sentences. You start with you write down excuse me, and now you learned ist, isst. Now you go with sein, you have to think, sein, okay. How does it end? Sein, and what's the ending? Sein, ist. So if you don't remember how to form the endings, then you go to the accusative overview, which is here, and you check the system that we learned before. And you check, okay, you want to say sein. Sein, what does that mean, sein? Let's check. Sein, Sein, here, sein, his. Okay, so it means his. Now you want to say sein, you want to say Kuchen, Kuchen, der Kuchen. You learned it's the cake. So he eats his cake. So now you translate, he eats his cake, der Kuchen. You check, you want to have this sein. And now you have to find out what form you want to use. Like anything here between in the blue marked is applicable because it's his. Now you have to check der Kuchen, so you check first which gender. This is der Kuchen. So it must be in this row, so it must be sein or seinen. And now you need to check the verb. Is the verb nominative or accusative? Very simple for you, because nominative has only how many verbs? Yeah, one, and that is sein. So essen is not the verb sein, so it must be accusative. Only the verb sein has nominative. So then you decide between sein and seinen. It's clearly green, accusative, seinen. So seinen must be the form. Er ist seinen. Er ist seinen. And then you go with here, green. You have now the same logic how to end the adjective. Grün, and then grün, and you think about what is the ending. You don't remember this. Okay, so what can you do? You go back. Now you go back to the topic of the adjective endings. The adjective endings. Adjective endings, accusative. Here. You go back to this, and the same rule applies. You have to check, okay, grün und der Kuchen, and you want to say his, so it's a possessive pronoun. So you zoom in, you check the list. Where is this possessive pronoun his to be used? Here is the used, so that can't be. Here's a used. That's not a, but the a form is also possessive pronoun. It's my. It's the same logic. So possessive pronouns are used like the non-specific article. And then you go down possessive pronoun, okay, and you want to say he eats his green cake. So he eats his green cake. And we go cake, der Kuchen. So it's male, so it must be one of these two options up here. And then it's eating is again accusative, so it must be this option here. So it must be with an ending of en. So grün turns to grünen because it's den. So grünen, seinen, grünen. And then you add grünen Kuchen. Kuchen. So again, the question. That is not a sentence. Er isst seinen grünen Kuchen, but sometimes there is a mistake coming in the logic, and people start to make this. They say er isst seinen grünen den Kuchen because they see the article. If you're thinking that way, no, this is a logic mistake because why? You don't need den now. Why? To answer this, go back to this overview that we just opened. So here we are again with the endings of the articles, and you see here the whole ending of the ending of the adjectives. Excuse me. Here we see you can choose between the form of the and a. So it is like in English, you rather use the or use a. Like it is the man or it is a man. So you don't use both at the same time. And as the possessive pronoun my or his or ours is a specification practically of the a. In the German logic, it is nicht ein, it is mein. Ein, mein. So therefore, the possessive pronoun is to be used like a, which is an article. And as you don't use a and the at the same time, use only one article, you use then seinen as the article. Seinen. You don't need to put again the and a, because seinen has the role. It specifies the noun. So it has the role of an article. So therefore, this sentence is complete. Er isst seinen Kuchen. Er isst seinen Kuchen. Good. Now that you have the first example, er isst seinen grünen Kuchen, we now go how to form other examples for your own training purposes. We'll go now through all the verbs and through all the nouns. And you could, if you would like to follow my example, or you form your own sentences. So we start with, let's go back. Now for your own training as well, if you then used a verb, then cancel it. And a noun the same Kuchen, and then form a new sentence. Or leave it open and use it double, how you wish. But you definitely should do all of the nouns and verbs at least once. So mark what you did. You can also mark it that way. Or for example, in the Roman system, just make like how many times you used it. Every time you use it, you make a stripe. So then you see how well it is trained. Good. So let's go through brauchen. What means brauchen? Brauchen, for example, you can now form an example sentence by yourself. I just mark it for you. Then you stop the video and you form the sentence and you control if it is correct. Brauchen mein braun das Geld. So now that would be, stop the video here, form your own sentence. Ich brauche, now correct your sentence. Ich brauche mein braunes Geld. Ich brauche mein braunes Geld. Brauchen has the meaning of to need in English. You need something. Geld means brown. Means money. Money. Geld means money. Okay. So I need my brown money. It doesn't make sense content-wise. So we have now brauchen. Now we go to besuchen. Sie besuchen ihr let's say white. Wait, let's say it's a person. So we do alt, old, alt, Opa. Yeah. So now the sentence would be Sie. Now stop here and make your own sentence. Control. Sie besucht ihren alten Opa. Sie besucht ihren alten Opa. That would be the sentence. Now we got Opa and Geld. Okay, besuchen. Now we go further. Wir rennen unser Braun Marathon. So, write your own sentences. Answer is, wir rennen unseren braunen Marathon. So, we run our brown marathon. Rennen is to run. Rennen is to run. Okay, good. Marathon. There we go. Brown is used. Old is used. Then we go with we already had this, to eat. Kuchen we had. Now we go to haben. Ihr plus haben plus your plus colorful plus Buch. So, form your own sentence. And the answer is, wir haben euer, is it euer? Yeah, euer buntes Buch. We have your colorful book. Wir haben euer buntes Buch. To have, haben is to have, Buch is book. Very close to English. We have your colorful book. Okay, haben cancelled, Buch cancelled. Then we go with laufen. Yeah, exceptional, laufen. We mix it with plural, sie. Dein. Grün, Weg. Let's combine. Sie laufen deinen grünen Weg. Sie laufen deinen grünen Weg. So, laufen is to walk. They walk. Your green, der Weg is way, the way to walk. So, they walk your green way. So we got laufen, we got green, we got way. Okay, colorful we got before. Okay, then we go to hören. Hören. Then sie. It's. Sein. Let's use, for example, black. Moon. Der Mond, the moon. So the answer would be, from your sentence, self-control. Sie hört seinen schwarzen Mond. Sie hört seinen schwarzen Mond. She hears its black moon. Content-wise, not very logical. Sounds more like a horror movie. Just grammar example. Hören, Mond, schwarz. Okay. So, and this is now how you go through all the exercise. And we continue now single-wise with the translation of the verbs for you to have a clear translation, as we already pointed out, that the translation of Google, but the translation of the German verbs in Google is very confusing. So, lesen is to read. Lesen, to read. Er liest, it's exceptional, er liest sein Buch, for example. Er liest sein Buch, he reads his book. Sehen, exceptional. Er sieht, he sees, to see. It's so close to English, to see. Er sieht unsere weißen Zigaretten. Cigarettes, Zigaretten. Machen, to make, very close to English. Machen, to make. Wir machen euren orangenen, there comes the N again, exceptional, think about it. Orangenen, so here lila and rosa has both the N. Orangenen table or package, das Paket. Wir machen euren orangenen Paket. Wir machen, excuse me, wir machen euer, because it's das Paket. Wir machen euer orangenes, S-I-S at the end, because das. Orangenes Paket. Wir machen euer orangenes Paket. Now, rauchen is related to the noun der Rauch, which means the smoke, and rauchen is to smoke. So rauchen, and ich rauche, okay, cigarette, okay, ich rauche ihren Scheiß. Scheiß means shit. Important to know, in German you will hear in a second why. Ich rauche ihren Scheiß. Now, why is that so? Why do I put such a verbal downgrading word in the exercise? Because it is culturally very, very, very important. In every language, you have clear motives of offending each other or downgrading a thing. For example, in Italian, you are offending each other by calling swear words to mother. In what else do we have? In Russian, you you downgrade something by comparing it with a negative word for the male sexual organ, and put everything that you want to describe. Okay, let's put it in English. You would call it dick in the translation. So you put everything with comparing it with that is from the dick, that is on the dick, that is under the dick. It's incredible what variations each language is forming. Now for German, this is everything with Scheiß, which is shit. So we Germans are not very into swearing. There's not so much swearing in our language. We are emotionally more colder compared to Italian and Russian mentality, and therefore we don't share our emotions. We don't verbalize them so strongly. Now, but we do love to say that things and situations are shit. We say Scheißsituation, das ist ein Scheißtag, it's a shitty day. Or in general, if something isn't going well, we say Scheiße, like shit. Now, why is that with the Germans and Scheiße? For me, that's just that might be that's like a cultural idea I have in our history, which is if you, for example, compare in Italian everything with mother. Why is it mother in Italian? Italians are the ones statistically who live the longest with their mothers. It was something with 36, 39 or something. They move out in average, but that statistic is 10 years old. I don't know how it is now. So they have a strong connection with their mother. So therefore, logically, if you have a strong connection to your mother in your culture, then if you want to offend the other person, then you on purpose offend his mother because he has a strong connection to it, isn't it? Yeah. So the other explanation could also be that because of living with your mother for a long time, that creates internal tension also within the house, and that brings out certain negative feelings about his relation with a mother, and therefore you point out this again. You put your own negative emotion to somebody else having this is in the same situation, like with his mother, being with his mother in a strong relation, for example. So culturally, here comes the statistic of Italians living long with their mothers, having a very strong relation with the mothers. Comes the logic of you offend the other person's mother. that makes some sense in a certain degree, doesn't it? So now what is this with the Germans? I mean, we Germans don't live without shit, you might think, but historically we did. So when Italians live with their mothers, we Germans live with our shit in the following way. If you are looking at the map of Germany and you specify the rivers, you get following picture. Here you have the German river systems. Now Europe is the unique continent in the world where you have by far the highest density of deep inland rivers, which is a huge advantage because you can transport everything on a river. You can let it flow downriver or drive upriver. That gives you a huge advantage in economical development, which happened then in the Industrial Revolution in Europe, that started in Europe in the 1760s in North England. Now you use the rivers not to transport, and if there's transport, there's business. If there's business, there are jobs. If there are jobs, the people move there. So now a lot of people lived at the rivers. Most people around the world, more than 80%, are living at the coast, while in Europe, a lot of people living inside the continent, far inland. If you think about like Brazil, for example, or whole South America, the absolute majority of the people are living far close by the coast. Same in Asia, Africa as well. So Europe, you have a lot of inland cities because we have rivers there. So now, if there are there are rivers, you want to, I mean, you need to drink, so you drink from the water. But if you need to go to the toilet, and if you need to get rid of your rubbish, where do you put that? In the rivers too. So you literally drink your own shit. And that was a huge problem until modern times. I mean, until, it depends where in Europe, but until 1910, it was a huge problem. Like cholera, which is caused by you have rotting things in the water, was still killing in the 19th century. For example, I think the last case in Germany was 1870s in Hamburg, where Robert Koch, the leading medical researchers at that time, who founded the Robert Koch Institute, which is a great medical state-backed up research organization in Germany. So Robert Koch was going to Hamburg, and he said, if you are in Hamburg, you forget that you are in Europe. So he downgraded Hamburg to be one of the, in his eyes, underdeveloped zones in Africa, where he was serving. So Hamburg was without, it just had a river and everything flooded in there, and all the shit and dead, also dead beings like rats and so everything was there, and people were drinking from this. They took the water out of the shit. So they all they died systematically by unclean water. So see, shit is a very important word for the Germans because there was a huge problem. And in some cities you still even see on the bridges saying, like in old, from old times, a shield, just a historical reminder, it says shitting prohibited between Wednesday and Friday. Shitting prohibited between Wednesday and Friday, because on Wednesday and Friday they took the water out to drink for the rest of the week, and they brewed beer from it. And that's the reason why beer is so important in the German culture. Beer is, for example, it is by tax-wise, it is calculated, or it is categorized as a basic nutrition product. Beer is a basic nutrition product in Germany, like bread, like egg, like milk. Because we Germans could basically, the same went also with the English, we couldn't survive without beer. Beer was with alcohol. Alcohol kills bacteria, and therefore we had to drink bacteria-killing beer to not get infected with this permanent shit that is in the water. So that's how beer became the drink number one in Germany. It is still perceived as a very important cultural good. So beer and dirty rivers, and that leads us to shit. We go back. So you now know why shit is culturally so important for us Germans. So whenever there's anything negative in German, we call it shit. Okay, so this is shit. Now let's go to fühlen. Fühlen means, almost like in English, to feel. Now fühlen can be physical. Ich fühle das warme Wasser. I feel his warm water, the warm water. But it can also be emotional. Ich fühle mich nicht gut. I don't feel good. Yeah? Mich, we have reflexive in German. Ich fühle mich nicht gut. To feel. Then backen is like in English, to bake. Riechen is to smell with the nose. Riechen. Ich rieche. Whatever. Ich rieche. Okay, again, ich rieche die Scheiße. Ja? Ich rieche seine braune Scheiße. I smell his brown shit. Riechen. Fahren. Ich fahre Auto. Ich fahre ein Auto. Driving. Fahren. Driving. Schmecken. To taste. By the tongue. Ich schmecke. Ich schmecke das Bier. Ich schmecke unser helles Bier. I taste our light beer. Fliegen, almost like in English. Fly. Trinken. Now please translate yourself. Just pronounce it English and you know what it is. Trinken, now let's pronounce it English. Trinken is to drink. Yeah? Gehen, pronounce it English. Gehen is like to go. Lieben, to love. Lieben, love. You see how similar it is? Lieben. Probieren, that's different. Probieren is to try out something. In any way, like if to try out if it works, to try out how it tastes. For example, ich probiere die Torte, which is, the Torte is this, okay, let me translate that. This is for this higher version of a cake. Oh, okay, in English you just call it cake. Ah, okay. Die Torte. Let's try with a noun. The pie. Okay, pie. See, again, wrong translation. Torte is just cake and die Torte is the pie. The pie. So, die Torte, pie. Probieren. So, ich probiere die Torte. I try the pie. Tragen is to carry. Du trägst. Exceptional. Tragen, to carry. I carry your beautiful person. Oh, wait, beautiful Kleid, that's better. Kleid means dress. So, ich trage euer schönes Kleid. Carry can also mean if you have, oh, excuse me, I just see here, this is not Kleid, this is Kleidung. So the difference, das Kleid is the dress. Das Kleid, die Kleidung are the clothes. Dress and clothes have the same root in German. Die Kleidung, the clothes. So if you say carry, you can carry it in your hands, or you can also carry the clothes. So ich trage die Kleidung. Okay, nehmen is to take. Nehmen is to take. Reservieren, that's like in English, you can translate yourself. Reserve. Okay, zahlen is to pay. Waschen, wash. Suchen, search. Suchen, search. Kennen, to know. Starts like you write in English, to know. Kennen with a K. Kennen. Sein, to be. Good, let's go. Here. Der Schlüssel is the key. The key. Hausaufgabe, it's home. Aufgabe is task. Home task, which is homework. Der Wind, like in English, wind. Flugzeug. Flug comes from fliegen, means to fly. Zeug comes from an ancient version of machine related. So the flying machine related is the airplane. Auto, the car. Pfad is path. Pfad, path. You see the relation? Path, Pfad, Pfad. Mann, Männer. Notice the man. Tisch, table. Tisch, table. See the relation? TT. Tisch, table. Preis, almost like in English, pronounce it English. Preis, price. If you would pronounce it English, price is Preis. Person, person. Gebäude is building. Building, Gebäude. Hand, hand. Objekt, object. Film, film or movie. And the rest are just repeatings. Good. So now you have the list and use this list. Mark which verbs and which nouns you don't know. Mark if you get something wrong and repeat those. So the system would be, for example, let's say you did them, but here with to eat you made a mistake. So you mark it with one time. Then when you repeat this to eat, you don't check the translation, you just read eat. You don't remember the translation, then you mark it a second time. But if you remember the translation correctly, then you do the opposite, you demark it for you to see, okay, I don't need to learn this anymore because I learned it. Yeah? Okay. Good. And that's it. So now I wish you good success with your training. Do at least 5 per day, as always, of these sentences. And from one of the other moments, you will not realize how well your German improved, but others will realize it. Always ask others about your improvement because you don't see the improvement as it comes so slowly, step by step, but others who are not with you 24/7, 24 hours per day, 7 days per week, they just see this step and they see that step and then that step. So for them, it goes up like this. While you don't see this, you don't feel it. That's normal. Okay, so that's it for today. And now I wish you good success with your work here. And we're seeing us for our next lecture. I welcome you back after you made such a huge progress. First of all, congratulations that you made it through all of the accusative chapter, which is the most massive to understand in the whole A1 package. So as you now know how to form the accusative, which is equaling roughly 80 and with nominative together 85% of all German verbs. Now you learn a tiny additional aspect of the accusative, which are the reflexive verbs. Reflexive Verben. Reflexive verbs. Now, what does it mean, reflexive verbs? I mean, first of all, we know the word reflex. For example, this typical scene if a doctor hits with a hammer on your knee, then your knee is like boing. Or if somebody tries to hit you, you instantly move away from it or try to dodge it. You have a reflex, like a sudden movement. So what does it mean, like reflex? There is an impulse coming to you and you automatically react. So A is automatically producing B. There's automatically a reflex, so a reflective reaction. Further, if you have the Latin form of reflect, or the origin is in Latin, then it's also connected with reflecting. Reflecting, is like you are putting light in a mirror and it reflects back. Now, if you put this principle of A produces automatically B, or you make A shining into a mirror and A comes back, if you put this principle into verbs, this means that something, an action that I describe, goes back to me. For example, I see, and then I see in the mirror, so I see goes back myself. I see, it goes back, it reflects myself. So we learn how to say these I see myself forms. You already learned it partly in the personal pronoun aspect of the accusative in the last chapter, and today you will have an own chapter about this to make it easy and understandable in a complete overview. Good, let's start. First of all, we use the example of sehen. Sehen. What does it mean, sehen? It is like in English to see. You already learned this a couple of times, sehen, and it is an non-regular verb, so it is ich sehe. That is regular, but what is never regular in the irregular verbs are only the second and the third form of the singular. So du is the second, du siehst, und sieht. So these are the irregularities in sehen. Good. So now, why do we do this chapter in general and with sehen as the strongest reflective most used is simply because the reflexive verbs in German are almost one-to-one, having the same addition as the verbs in the accusative. Giving you an example here to see that in English it is different than in German. In English it's more complicated than in German. If I would, for example, say to see, sehen, so I would go with the English version of the accusative, I see me. So English here, I see me. I see me. I see me. Now, what is that in German? I see me. Please translate. Stop the video here. Write it down and check if you were correct. I see me in Deutsch. In German, I see me is ich sehe mich. Ich sehe mich. So the mich here in Deutsch, it's marked German in blue, is in English the me. It's marked for you to see it better. It's the me. I see me. I see me. Okay, now how would I say in German you, like I see you. I see you. I see you. Now in German, please translate this and remember this is accusative. The answer is ich sehe dich. Ich sehe dich. Ich sehe dich. Ich sehe dich. Okay. Now how do I say I see him? I see him. I see him. German. Please translate it for yourself. Check if you were correct. Ich sehe ihn. Ich sehe ihn. Ich sehe ihn. Now, I see I see her, female. I see her. I see her. German, please translate and correct yourself. Ich sehe sie. Ich sehe sie. Ich sehe sie. Ich sehe sie. I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it. In German, please translate. Exactly. It's ich sehe es. Ich sehe es. Ich sehe es. English, I see. Now we go into plural. I see us. I see us. I see us. Ich sehe uns. Ich sehe uns. Ich sehe uns. Ich sehe uns. I see you, plural. I see you, plural. I see you, plural. Is German. Translate. Ich sehe euch. Ich sehe euch. Ich sehe euch. Now, I see them, the last form. I see them. I see them. Ich sehe sie. The same we can do for the polite form, sie and sie. Ich sehe sie, Mr. President. Okay, good. So, these are now the forms of the accusative that you already learned. These are the forms of the accusative. So this is the accusative. Accusative, accusative, both forms. Now comes the point. In English, I would now have a complete new form for the reflexive verbs. If I would not say I see me or I see you, but I see myself, I see, or you see yourself, I will stop the video here and write them all for you down. That should be clear and you can compare afterwards. It would be a waste of time to record this for you to watch. Now this is the English form of it, and you will see in a second what happens with the German form. The list is done for you. Thanks for your patience. And you see now here the reflexive forms in English. So you can say in the accusative, I see me, or I see him, I see her. But in the reflexive, if the reflective aspect comes, it comes back to you, is I see myself, for example, in the mirror. I see myself, or I see, or you see yourself. He sees himself. She sees herself, and so on. So this is a special form in English, but we don't have the special form in German. It's getting easier here. So what we do is now, for you to understand this principle, we restructure this a bit. We put the English forms here more to the side to have more space. We put the English forms basically to the left and the German in the middle. For you to see that the Germans indeed have no difference in saying that. So if we have now I see me is in German ich sehe mich. I see myself is in German ich sehe mich. There's no difference. Absolutely the same. I see you, ich sehe dich. You see yourself would be du siehst dich. I mean, you have to change the person pronoun at the beginning, so that you see yourself. Du siehst dich. Du siehst dich. So it stays, the form of the person pronoun stays the same. Now the only difference we have is if we have RCS, which in German leads to, for the reflective side, to the sich, sich. So it would be, instead of he sees himself, we go with, in German, it's not sieht ihn, it would be sieht sich. Sieht sich. Sieht sich. Sieht sich. The same is with sie sieht sich. Es sieht sich. Es sieht sich. Es sieht sich. Now we have one more form here, which is the sie. In German it's also sich. So in the plural, if you say they see themselves, in German we have sie sehen sich. Sie sehen sich. So the same form here. Sie sehen sich. On the reflexive side. And that's it. So you don't need to learn two forms of this. They are one and the same in German, besides that the RCS in sie has the sich form. So sich is himself, herself, itself, and themselves, and used only for RCS and sie. And that's all you need to know about the reflexive verbs. So let's give it some examples. For example, if I would say, on the accusative side, I see me, or I see, let's say, let's make it different. You see me in German. Please translate. You see me. Du siehst mich. Du siehst mich. Now in English, if we want to use now the reflexive form, we can say you see yourself. You see yourself. You see yourself. In German, du siehst. Now please stop here, translate yourself. Du siehst. Now, ich sehe dich. Aha. Du siehst dich. Du siehst dich. And how would we then say, I see you? I see you. I see you. I see you. Please translate. Stop the video here. I see you would be in German. Ich sehe dich. Ich sehe dich. Ich sehe dich. So, tada! There is the magic. So the dich is yourself and you at the same time in English. So we have only one form to cover both. I see you and you see yourself follows the same logic in German. It's both dich. That's the magic behind it. Now, the only exception in German would be the sich. So, for example, I see, or you, let's say you see him. You see him. How would I translate this? Ich sehe, please translate. Ich sehe ihn. Ich sehe ihn. Now, how would I translate? He sees himself. He sees himself. He sees himself. Translate, please. Er sieht sich selbst. Excuse me. Er sieht sich. Er sieht sich. Selbst is just an addition that you don't need. Er sieht sich. Ja, er sieht sich. Selbst is like in English self. But it's not necessary to use it. Er sieht sich. So here, die ihn und sich is differing. That is different. Here it separates in two forms. I mark it for thunder with a lightning strike. So das ist die sich instead of die ihn. And that's all the magic. That's it. What to know. Now for you to have some more verbs. Handy. I would never recommend you to learn verbs just in lists. I would always recommend you to learn verbs in the context. So whenever you hear a verb you don't know, you ask what it means, or you Google what it means, then you learn it. Never learn these lists of verbs, because 99% of what you learn there is, first of all, you don't need it, and second of all, like it's not that you don't need it, but you often don't use it, and second of all, you often learn it in the meaning incorrect because you lack the content. To give an example, I learned to learn Spanish before I went to live in a Spanish-speaking country. I learned for 3 months stubbornly a whole book of vocabulary, and at the end I needed almost not one of these vocabs, and second of all, I learned the most wrongly because I didn't understand the context of it. So don't have a list of learnings. Just whenever you hear something is reflexive, or whenever you want to express yourself and you realize it is reflexive, then use the system, but don't just learn lists. That is unfortunately a waste of time. But for you, to give you some examples here, we could, for example, typical reflective is what goes back to you is in German to wash. Yeah? I mean, you wash yourself. So other verbs are, for example, sich waschen, sich waschen, sich waschen. Sich waschen. So to wash, or to wash oneself in English. Now, for example, how would I say I wash myself? How would I say this in German? Please translate now, stop the video and check if you translated it correctly. I wash myself. Ich wasche mich. Ich wasche mich. Ich wasche mich. How would I say she washes herself? Oh, I just see, excuse me, I see there's a mistake. It's was instead of wash. So how would I translate she washes herself? She washes herself. The answer is sie. Now you can't notice it's irregular. Wäscht sich. Sie wäscht sich. Sie wäscht sich. Sie wäscht sich. She washes herself. Sie wäscht sich. Now, how do you say she washes her? Like for example, she helps another woman to wash. So in German, how to say this? Sie wäscht sie. Sie wäscht sie. Sie wäscht sie. Yeah. Okay. So here again you see sich and sie differs, like here. Sie and sich. What not differs would be, for example, go back here. Say I or he washes me. He washes me. In German, please translate. Er wäscht mich. That is also mich. There is no difference. Er wäscht mich. Again, a box. In English, we have two words for this. In German, we just use the same word for it. Sich waschen. Exceptional with du wäscht. Du wäscht. Okay, then other verbs are, for example, if you say be in German, to be, to feel, how you feel, would be sich fühlen, fühlen. How do you feel today? In German would be reflexive. It's not the case in English. In German would be reflective, like if you would translate, it would be how you feel yourself. In German is how you feel. So English, how do you feel? How do you feel? Would be the German equivalent of wie fühlst du dich? Wie fühlst du dich? Wie fühlst du dich? So here is a reflexive aspect. In English, that's not the case. It would be translated, how do you feel yourself, if you would translate it literally. Then other verbs like sich informieren. What does that mean, sich informieren? Sich informieren. Sich informieren means to inform yourself. Or in German, sich interessieren für is in English to be interested in something. To be interested in something. It's not reflexive in English either. In German it's reflexive. Sich interessieren für. To be interested in something. So now you understood the way these accusative and reflexive are the same in German, besides sich. And now it's your homework to write sentences with sich fühlen, sich informieren, sich interessieren für. For example, I feel well. In German, ich fühle mich gut. Mich gut. I feel well. Ich fühle mich gut. Or I inform myself. Ich informiere mich. Or I'm interested in, let's say, cars. Ich interessiere mich für Autos. So let's give it another example. I feel well. I feel well. In German, ich fühle mich gut. Ich fühle mich gut. Good. Now write more sentences that way and you will master the reflexive in no time. So, congratulations, you learned the reflexive and it was almost nothing in addition to the accusative, and now you handle even more than 85% of the German verbs. For sure. Good. It was a pleasure for me. Thanks for your time and see you for the next lecture. Welcome on board for today's lecture. Today you will learn something incredibly simple. Something that is important, but it's simple. So last time you learned how the accusative is formed. Now logically, you need to know how the adjectives are adapting to the accusative. So you learned this already with the nominative the same way. And after this lecture, you know how to do it with the accusative as well. And it will be very simple. But we start first of all with an short repeating what the actual difference between the nominative and the accusative are. So what's the difference between Nominativ und Akkusativ? What's the difference? Now, if you don't know the answer instantly, then stop here, go back into the last chapter, repeat it, check the overview, and see the difference in the overview. Please stop here if you don't remember. Now, the difference is, first of all, the personal pronouns. This is always different, but actually the difference is only in the male form. So the difference is the male form. Between the nominative and the accusative. And you can even emphasize this, that's the difference is, that's the only difference in between both of them. So let's draw here the sign for masculinity. So the male form of the nominative, how would I ask, first of all, what verb do I need for the nominative? What verb is activating the nominative? Think about it. If you don't know, then go back to the chapter of nominative and repeat it. The verb that is needed for nominative is to be, sein. Ich bin, du bist, ist. Now, how would I ask, who is it? So to be, who is it? The question word would be wer. 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 Now, the question word for the accusative, who do I see, is wen. Wer und wen. So these are fundamental differences, and they only apply to the to persons, if you ask for persons, and the rest is like what, like in English for both. Now, what is the male article? I see the man. If you don't remember, then stop here, check the last chapter again, difference between nominative and accusative. Answer is der Mann. Das ist der Mann. Der Mann. Now again, we see the parallel between the male form. And what's the same for the accusative? I see the man. To see the man. Ich sehe den Mann. Den. Now, if I would say, this is my man, how would I say this in nominative? Das ist mein Mann. How would I say this in the accusative? I see my man. Ich sehe meinen Mann. Okay, if you didn't know these things, if you didn't remember, please stop here and go back to the last unit. So the only difference is the male form, while the female form, the neutral, and the PL, plural, is between nominative and accusative. In nominative and accusative, the same. It's absolutely the same, so there's no difference. Nominative equals, like in math, equals accusative. So there is no difference between nominative and accusative besides in their male forms and for sure in the personal pronouns. So, okay, good. So this is to repeat. Now we will learn the endings of the adjectives for the accusative, and to learn them, we will use the same list that we already used for the nominative, the absolute same list, just to see the difference and to see how easy it is. So this is the list that you already know. You have the Adjektivendungen, the adjective endings, and you have them here listed for the nominative. Now, logical-wise, if nominative and accusative are equaling in female, neutral, and plural forms, and are only different in the male forms, what do we have to change here? Almost nothing. Yeah, that's the cool thing. So the only form that has to be changed is the male form, which is, for example, if I say this is a man or I see a man, that has to be changed. So here I go with, let's first of all push this a bit to the side. And now let's make a difference of, this is the nominative form. And here we go with the accusative form. Okay. So now we know the nominative, that is the big man. Now, how to form this in the accusative? I see the big man. Stop here, translate the sentence, I see the big man, to self-correct yourself and train yourself. The answer is, ich sehe den großen Mann. Ich sehe den großen Mann. Ich sehe den großen Mann. Now, I hope you made the mistake. I hope you made it that you said große. I hope you did it. That's a good learning effect. So here we see the accusative is an exception. It takes the regular en at the end, not the e like before. Okay, very well. And that's all the difference that is for the form. That's all. So the other forms, let's put this over. So the other forms are female, neutral, and plural, and they are the same between accusative and nominative. So here the same rule applies. So how would I, for example, say in German I say, that is the big woman, das ist die große Frau. How would I say, I see the big woman? Please stop here and translate. Answer, I see the big woman. Ich sehe die große Frau. I see the big child. Ich sehe das große Kind. I see the big children. Ich sehe die großen Kinder. No difference. No difference at all. Okay, good. So this is for the form. And now the new thing is it's rather plus e or accusative plus en. And that's it from that side. Good. Now we move further. The same applies down here for a. Let's move this a bit down to make space. And here we have again the same rule. We have the nominative and the accusative are not equaling in the male form, and in the rest they're equaling. So how would I say this? I see a big man. How would I say this? I see a big man. Pause here, self-test yourself. Answer is, ich sehe now a big man. Einen, what's the ending of groß? Großen Mann. Ich sehe einen großen Mann. Ich sehe einen großen Mann. Why is it einen großen Mann? Why? Stop here. Find the explanation and test yourself. That is simple with the answer as before. It is depending on the article, and here the article, the defined article is den. And you put this at the end of the adjective. Now, ich sehe einen großen Mann. Now, how would I say I see my big man? Same rule as before. Stop here. Test yourself. How do I say I see my big man? Answer is, ich sehe meinen Mann. How would I see I see not a big man? Let's say I see a big doll or monster or something. It's not a man. I reject a man and negate him. How would I say I see not a big man? German. Stop here. Test yourself. Write it down. Ich sehe keinen großen Mann. Ich sehe keinen großen Mann. Ich sehe keinen großen Mann. Okay. Ich sehe keinen großen Mann. Good. We'll put that here. Okay. Ich sehe keinen großen Mann. Okay. Now the same rule applies here as above, and the same goes. It's that everything stays the same. Besides the male form, so the male turns into den, and this form, the female, neutral, and plural, stays absolutely the same. So for your own training, how would I say, I see a big woman. I see a big woman. Answer is, ich sehe eine große Frau. How would I say I see a big child? I would say, ich sehe ein großes Kind. How would I see big children? Ich sehe große Kinder. How would I see my big children? Ich sehe meine großen Kinder. How would I see our big children? Ich sehe unsere großen Kinder. How would I say these are not big children? I see not big children. Ich sehe keine großen Kinder. Absolutely the same. No difference at all. And that's it. That's all you need to know. No big difference between accusative and nominative besides the male form. And that's for today. Now, train the thing with 5 sentences per day. Always with the verb sehen. And next time, we're going to learn some new words. And with this said, thank you for this short lecture, and I'm looking forward for our next one. Bye. I welcome you back. Today we're going to deal with a big treasure of your language progress, because today we will learn the accusative, another case in the German grammar. So regularly when you see German grammar overviews in those 4 cases, then it is in the first row it's always number 1 nominative, and second one is genitive, dative, accusative. Forget it. Just forget it. We will learn the accusative as the second one, just based on a very simple principle. First of all, the nominative and the accusative together are around forming the cases for approximately 80–85% of the German verbs. So if you know nominative and accusative, you basically know the absolute majority of cases in German, or case use. So that's the first reason. The second reason is that this logic of first nominative, second genitive, and so on and so on, that is based on Latin languages, because Latin was the lingua franca, the language that everybody spoke in Europe, mainly from the medieval times on. So this language was used to compare other languages, and therefore this became the university standard. So all other languages were compared in our days compared mainly with Latin logic, because it's the academical standard. Now the problem about this is that languages are only limited comparable with each other. Limited, in some cases not even comparable at all. So if we now follow the logic of Latin to understand Germanic languages, including German, we will fail in a lot of cases, especially in the case of genitive, because genitive is almost not used anymore at all in the German grammar, and that's why I only cover it at the complete end in the package of the B level, because you almost never ever see it besides in some old written sources. So therefore, it's not important for you. Forget about these columns. To learn it effectively, we will now learn the accusative. So after this unit, you will be able to talk in the cases for roughly 80 to 85% of the German verbs. And we will compare now the accusative with what you already learned, which is the nominative. You already learned that. It's marked in red. And what is the verb that activates the nominative? What is the verb? Which verb requires nominative? If you don't know the answer, then please stop right here, go back to the chapter of the nominative, study it again. And it is sein, to be, sein. So if you have only sein in the sentence, then you know, aha, it is almost always automatically nominative, besides roughly 0.1%, I would just guess, best knowledge, is used in genitive, but genitive is not used anymore. You will find out in the B package level, or even already have the explanation in the A2 package level where we talk about the dative. So nominative needs sein. Now, on the other side, we have the accusative. Accusative, and we mark it in green. Accusative. Now, the accusative is accounting for, as I said, roughly, by my best guess, my best experience, about for 80% of all verbs, which gives us this great advantage. First of all, if we know accusative, we know the most verbs in German in combination with nominative, but also if you don't know which case you have to use, and it's not only sein in the sentence, which would make it nominative. So if you don't know, if you have a verb that you don't know which case to use, and you have no translator to practically test it, then what can you do? What will you do if you don't know which case to use? Then you use accusative. It's a numbers game because 80% chance that you're correct. Good. So for what verbs do you use it? First of all the verbs that are connected with movement require accusative. All the verbs that are connected to movement require accusative. This would be, for example, the words of, let's say, to fly, fliegen, to fly, fliegen, and the words of, let's say, to drive, fahren, to drive, fahren. They need the accusative, fahren, fliegen, and so on. You have a lot more, and we talk about, give more examples in the next unit, and we will train this case as well. So the movement verbs have a specific question word which is unique to accusative, which is wohin. Wohin. In English, where to. Where to. Wohin. Where to in English. Where to. Now, the other type of verbs that need the accusative are the verbs of anything that has to do with senses. Senses. So senses are, for example, you know the 5 senses. To see, to hear, to smell, to taste, to feel. So these do clearly need the accusative, which is, for example, to see is sehen. This is the example we work in this lecture as well, sehen. Now, also everything that is indirectly connected with the senses also needs the accusative. For example, if you have the verb of, let's say you have the sense of taste, in German schmecken, taste, we come to this verb later, schmecken, and now indirectly connected with this is to eat, because eat is used to taste. So to eat in German, essen, to eat, close to English, essen. Good. So, and then we have several other important verbs that need the accusative. We have more examples about this in the next chapter. One of them is, for example, haben. Haben needs the accusative. Okay. These several other verbs, they are not strongly connected in their content to put them in one specific topic, put them in one category. Good. So these are verbs that need the accusative. Now let's mark that in green. Good so far. Now we know when the accusative is used, when it is activated. We go further as always, and first of all, we ask ourselves, what question word needs the accusative in comparison to the nominative? The question word. So let's repeat. What are the question words for nominative? If you do not know them, then stop here and go back to the unit of nominative. We start with nominative, the word for who. Who. In nominative, what is it? Please stop here and write it down. Wer. Wer. Who. Wer. Now, that is, for example, you need to be, so wer ist, the word is to be, like English ist es. Wer ist es? Wer ist es? So that would be the translation of who. So now we come to the question. What would be the neutral one in nominative for the neutral gender? So English what? It would be was. Was. What is it? Was ist es? Was. You already learned that. Was ist es? And now we solve the riddle, how is it an accusative? Let's always stick with the verb to see, sehen, which would be like who is it? We can also ask who do I see? In German we just ask who see I? Who see I, if you would translate literally. And that is formed in the question of W, as always, question word, and wen sehe ich? Wen sehe ich? Wen sehe ich? That's in English also who. Who do I see? Now, so this is the question word for the accusative. Wen. 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 That's your new question word you will learn with. Wen. Okay. Wen. Now these question words are used equally just for other verbs. So if you would ask in English, who do I see or who is it, in English it's the same. Like in this example here, both is who, but in German it's different. The wer is only if you use it for to be, something with wer ist es, who is it, and everything with the verbs mentioned here, up here, of movements and senses, need the wen. Wen sehe ich? Okay, now how to form the plural? Goes the same way as you already got to know it. You use both question words the same way. So it's just who do I see? Many people, for example. Same way. That's for the plural. Good. So these are the question words. Now we continue. We will now talk about the article, the Artikel. And here we will again make a difference between the and the in English. And this will be now divided between the nominative in red N and the accusative in green A. Good. Then we divide between the genders, so male, female, neutral, and the plural. Good. So let's come to the articles of the nominative. Let's repeat. How would I say it is the man? It is to be nominative. It is the man. Now stop here, write down the sentence. It is the man in German translated. If you don't know the answer, go back to nominative and don't continue here. The answer is, es ist der Mann. Der Mann. Der Mann. Okay. Now, for the woman, how would I say this for the woman? Es ist die Frau. Die Frau. How would I say for the child? Stop here, make the example, that is the child. Answer, das ist das Kind. Es ist das Kind. Das Kind. How would I do for the plural? And you learned already well. Das sind die Kinder. So plural and female is connected to each other in the German language. Okay, very well. So now, in the nominative case, we learned like there is a strong connection between wer, der, and er, because it's a male-orientated language, it's a patriarchal language, while there is also a strong connection between was and das. Yeah. Now, by that logic, what is it going to be for accusative? Now, stop here, think about it, write down the answer and check if you were in the correct logic. The answer is, if wer leads to der leads to er, then wen must lead to what? Exactly to den. Wen? Den. Wen sehe ich? Ich sehe den Mann. Ich sehe den Mann. Good. Ich sehe den Mann. So this is the new question word and the new article that you learned. And now comes the cool thing. If you do not follow the Latin logic of putting nominative, genitive, blah, 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 but put just the logic of Germanic languages, which is the use of the cases is nominative and accusative the most. If you put them together, you see a genius logic in the German language. It makes things so much easier. If I say, wen sehe ich? If I ask, wen sehe ich? Who do I see? I say, ich sehe den Mann. I see the man. Then I ask, wen sehe ich? I see the woman. And in German that is the same. Ich sehe die Frau. Ich sehe die Frau. For the child it's the same. Ich sehe das Kind. For the plural it's the same because female and plural is always connected. Ich sehe die Kinder. So there is nothing new you have to learn. It's absolutely the same. Absolutely. And these are 85% of the German verbs. So you save a massive amount of time. You just need to learn the new form, which is the male, and that's it. Okay, ich sehe die Frau, ich sehe das Kind, ich sehe die Kinder, but ich sehe den Mann. Now, we do the same with ein. So, how do I say that is a man? How do I say this? Pause here, write it down for training. The answer is, das ist ein Mann. Das ist ein Mann. Ein Mann. Now, how do I say this for woman? Das ist eine Frau. Eine Frau. How do I say this for the child? Das ist ein Kind. How do I say this for children? Think about it. Now, if you don't know the answer, go back honestly, like honestly to yourself. If I say in the plural, these are children, it's not existing. Because there is no plural of a. And then logically also for the accusative. Okay, but now how do we go with I see a man? Now, what do we do? Stop here and think about it. Write it down, note it somewhere to check if you're in the right logic. So the answer is ich sehe ein, and then you add the en, einen Mann. Ich sehe einen Mann. And that's it. Ich sehe einen Mann. And the rest goes the same. Ich sehe eine Frau. Ich sehe ein Kind. Tada! The majority of the German verbs and what most people say complicated cases solved very, very simple. Good. So now to frame this up for you to see it visually, we frame this in black and we follow the rule of we note down that the nominative, short nom, is behaving like the accusative for all these framed genders. Accusative. The only difference is the male form. It turns from an R to an N. Okay, good. With this advantage, with this knowledge, you already have an advantage to the absolute majority of conventional German language learning, and you are making things way easier in your life. Spread this knowledge. If you have anybody who struggles with German cases, please show him this. You save this person a lot of headache and a lot of time. This makes it way easier. That's how I learned languages whenever I had something like cases and so on. I was so desperate at seeing all those strange books written from academic perspective in theoretical worlds, blah, 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 blah. I just made my own columns. I just saw what is used the most, what has the most similarities. I marked it in the colors and ta-da, things are way easier. So that's how you can learn languages way more faster. Okay, so we come to the next topic, which are the Personalpronomen. There we go, Personalpronomen. So you already know the Personalpronomen in nominative. If you don't know, be honest to yourself, go back and learn them, and then continue here. And we divide them in the same way we did with the nominative accusative here. So we first start with, how do I say I in German? I. How do I say this? Answer is ich. How do I say du? Oh, excuse me, I already said it. You is du. Then he is er. And er, here again, you see. So 3 connections. Yeah, wer, der, er. Now, logically, what is she is sie, you already know this, and logically you see it also with the connection from up. Die is turning into sie, both ending with an e, sie. Now, how do we divide this for, let's zoom a bit in, for das, it turns into s, both ending with an s, das. Now, let's go into the plural. We ist wir. What is you, plural? That is ihr. What is now plural, they? That is exactly like you already learned it, sie. And one with a capital letter for the polite form. Okay, sie. Now, this is the nominative. Now we go to the accusative, which is, the accusative has something to do with movement, we learned, and with a verb that is reflecting to yourself. Now, with a verb that is reflecting to yourself, for example, I see, like I see myself in the mirror, to see. I see myself. It is connected to you. So logically, by what you learned last time, if there is a connection to you, what are Germanic languages doing? What is the difference between a and my? In German, mein. You add an M. In English, it's my. You add an M. In Norwegian, min. In Dutch, may. So you add an M in Germanic languages to say it has a connection to you. And the same happens here, as this is related also with to see yourself. I see me. So M, and then you just add what you already know, which is ich. Ich sehe mich. I see myself. Ich sehe mich. I see myself. Which brings us to the great conclusion that what you learn later, the reflexive verbs, they use the personal pronouns of the accusative. There is no difference in German language. Myself. Okay. We need a small interruption here. I have to add this to the video because thanks to a review of one of you, I realized that actually the translation of the personal pronouns and accusative to English is missing something. So what we realized here, I put in the video that you see, for me, I just put myself, but actually the translation is myself or me, because English separates two things that we put in one in German. So if you want to say myself or me, I see myself, then this is both mich in German. So this is missing, and I corrected this in the PDF and JPG version that you find attached to this lecture. Then I also had to correct the third persons and in the singular and the first and the second person in the plural, because the translation was not 100 correct. It's not he seems himself only, it's also he see him, like himself not being very used in English, you say him in that way. So the German version, everything is absolutely correct, but the English translation has some more options and is different than I put it in the video. So I put these English translation, I corrected them in the PDF version and in the JPG version that you find attached to this video and you can download. But I didn't correct this in the video because that would take massive time to redo everything. So you always learn anyway with the photo version and the PDF version you have attached. And this video is just to explain how the things are logically built. So this is that as an adding. Now continue enjoying the Personalpronomen in the accusative. Thanks for your understanding. Good. You, I see yourself. Ich sehe. Now here what you do is you take the die and dich. Ich sehe dich. Ich sehe dich. Ich sehe dich. Ups. Ich sehe dich. Which would be yourself. I see yourself. You see yourself. Okay, good. Now comes the big difference. I see him, or he sees himself. What you do in German is, if something is completely new, you already learned that you start the thing with him. In the hotel, I H. And now, what you have to add is the logic of the N. Ihn. Ich sehe ihn. Ich sehe ihn. Ich sehe ihn. Okay, good. So that's a complete new one for you. But you understand why there's this HI. If something is completely new in the German language, then it has this start. Good. So far, you see the parallel between ich, mich, and die from du. Then we just add the ich. And you have the AH. Now let's go back to the logic that you already learned. How is it I see her? Ask yourself now. I see, or she sees herself. How do I say that? Ask yourself this question. I see herself. And if you know the answer, then ask yourself why. Why is it that way? Same for itself. Itself. And the same for they see themselves. Why is it that way? The answer, how it is in general, if you see up here, let's zoom out a bit, if you see here that the female, neutral, and plural are the same for nominative and accusative, then this logic prevails also down here. So sie it is she, it as a sie, nominative. I see her is ich sehe sie. It's the same. It's the absolute same. The same then goes for es. Ich sehe es. Same. And the same goes also for the plural. Ich sehe sie. The same. So also here, this is the same as this is the same because of the logic of nominative, accusative are the same in these things. Yeah? Okay, good. Now, new for you will be, in English, I see us. I see us. Now, in German, there is something familiar that you already know. If you say these are ours, or our, you say unser. That is close to what you learn here, which is wir sehen uns. Uns, wir sehen uns. Which is very close to the English, it just adds an N. Yeah? Just adds an N. Good. Wir sehen uns. Uns, what is new, but familiar with you with the possessive pronoun of das ist euer, this is yours, is das wir sehen euch. Euch. Wir sehen euch. In English, it would be we see yourself, or you see yourself. Yourself. And excuse me, I just see here that the left partner here, the self is missing, would be ourself. Excuse me for this mistake. We see us, you can see, or we see ourself. Depends. Ourself. So if you're standing in front of the mirror, you can also say we see us. Yeah? But you can also say we see ourselves. Okay, good. So these are the personal pronouns, and now that you understand the principle of them, let's dive into the possessive pronouns. Possessivpronomen. Die Possessivpronomen. Now we go systematically like we did before by dividing between the nominative and accusative. We have to do this now. I will do it systematically for you. 6, 18. Again, 2, 4, 6, 18. Okay, so 8 times we're supposed to do this here to give a systematic overview. 1, 2, and now we can divide them. 4, multiply them, and now we multiply this. So 8 times in total. And we also separate the genders. We use the same system up here that we're already used to. Okay, Excuse me, there is some difficulty here to overplay. Okay, very well. So now we have the list, and we go with the traditional examples of der Mann, then as always die Frau, der Mann, die Frau. Okay. Der Mann, no. Ach, Jungs. So, now, excuse me for the time consumed. Der Mann, die Frau, das Kind und die Kinder. Die Kinder. So, we always work with these examples because they are so obvious for your picture, for your inner picture to remember, okay, the man is male, the woman is female, and so on. So always stick with these. That makes it way easier for your brain to remember things. Good. Now we start. Let's dive into. We have the equivalent of the ich and the mich in possessive form, which in English is like, this is, how do you say, this is my, and in German we say, today there is a warm in. You know, if something goes not as smooth as regularly, we say there is a worm in something. That comes from the metaphor of that there is a worm in the apple. So the apple looks good from the outside, but it's actually rotten from the inside because a worm ate it already. There is a worm in that. Okay, so this is my, or I see myself example. I see myself. Good. So how would I say this for the male? How would I say it for the man? That is my man. You know this already. If you don't know, go back to the chapter, learn it in nominative. The answer is, das ist mein Mann. Das ist mein Mann. Now we already learned that this is in connection. The ein in here is in connection with the articles. So ein Mann, mein Mann. That same goes, the parallel is to the, in the nominative, the parallel goes also to the child. Das ist mein Kind. Yeah, nothing new for you. Das ist mein Kind. Now for the woman, appears to be meine, because woman, die ends with e. So we add here the i. Das ist meine Frau. Now, how is it with plural? These are my children. If you don't remember that, then please go back and learn the nominative. That should be clear now. Das sind meine Kinder. Good. So we know this already. Now we come to something new. And I just see we can write in a bigger scale for you to see better. So now by the logic, as you see, the mine is like ein, it's just with an M. What should be, how do I say I see my man? Yes, einen, I see my man. What do we do? Exactly. Meinen Mann. Ich sehe meinen Mann. Meinen Mann. Ich sehe meinen Mann. That's the only new thing. Not that different, isn't it? Yeah? Not that different. So, meinen Mann. That is accusative. Ich sehe meinen Mann. Now, what is happening here with the female child, with the woman child and the children? We go again to the same logic. Nominative is accusative for female neutral plural, that is the same here. So, ich sehe meine Frau. Same. Ich sehe meine Frau. The same like up. Meine Frau. Yeah. This means the sign means it's the same like this. Ich sehe meine Frau. The same goes here. Ich sehe mein Kind. Ich sehe meine Kinder. Nothing new. Good. We go further to the version of do. Do. The equivalent of do, in English, yours. And there we go with I see yourself. And there the equivalent is I see, ich sehe mich. Ich sehe mich. Okay, I see yourself. Ich sehe mich. Good. Now, how is that in the terms of I see yourself? How would we this is owned by yourself, you can say. How would I say this in German? Like if I first of all in nominative I say this is yours, das ist, this ist, you already learned this, dein, this is dein, this is dein, then comes deine for the female, and we continue for the neutral, das ist dein. So nothing new about this. Yeah. Same logic that you follow as you learned before. Okay. Now, how would I say this logically? That is, I see your car, or I see you see yourself. Excuse me, I just see here dich. Here comes a D. I see yours. I see yours. In this case, actually, in English, that doesn't work, so we just skip it. I see yours. It's the same as above. I see yours. So the equivalent of I see yours. How do I say this? Ich sehe. I see your man. Now stop the video. How would you say I see your man? Ich sehe deinen. Why? Answer yourself the question. Why? And yeah, logically, because it follows the rule of en to be put for the male in the accusative. Okay, ich sehe deinen. Now the rest again goes the same way. Nothing new. Good. Now the equivalent of the male, which is er, in red, because male is dominant and should be marked in the German language, er. Now this would mean this nominative to be, this is his man, for example. This is his. Then I see his comes in the same way. I see his. Yeah, I see his. Now, how do we say this in the terms of the personal pronoun for the accusative? The equivalent would be ihn. The equivalent of er ist ihn. Okay, and now we come to the point. How do I say it grammar-wise? Like, that is his man. That is his man. Stop the video here. Think about it. That is his man. Das ist sein Mann. Now, again, woman, das ist seine Frau. Das ist sein Kind. And das sind seine Kinder. Okay. Now, what is that in the accusative? I see his man. Ich sehe. Now, stop the video, think about it, write it down. I see his man. Ich sehe seinen Mann. Ich sehe seinen Mann. That's the new aspect. Ich sehe seinen Mann. Now, the other things are again, ich sehe, the same. Ich sehe seine Frau. Ich sehe sein Kind. Ich sehe seine Kinder. As simple as this, yeah? Good. Now, we come to the logic of if here we are with the male. These are the male forms. If the male forms are like here, in nominative, if they're one-to-one copying the neutral forms, or the neutral forms copying the male forms, that they are the same, then we do the same principle as we did already in the nominative. Here for the neutral, we just copy them, which means everything from this is the same now. Everything from this side is the same as in this side. So neutral and male are again absolutely the same. Absolutely the same. There's no difference. This is the same. So if I would see in English, this is its man is the same, like this is sein Mann, is the same as if I would say this is his man. Das ist sein Mann. The same. If I would say this, I see his man, is the complete same as I say this, I see its man. So, ich sehe seinen Mann, es ist sein Mann, is the same. So this would be the equivalent for es. Now, there would be the same, ich sehe ihn, the equivalent of ihn. Good, so that is solved. Now let's move to the middle, the female aspect. And there we go with the equivalent of sie. And neutral is the same. Oh, excuse me, my mistake. Here we go again with it's the same. Here it's s. Yeah. So sie, s, the same nominative accusative. So the equivalent of them in English, that is her. That is her man. That is her man. Or I see her man. Again, the same. I see her man. We already know in accusative, ihr Mann. Das ist ihr Mann. Das ist ihre Frau, or ihre Tasche, for example. That is her bag, ihre Tasche. And now we know das ist ihr Kind, her child. And ihre Kinder. Now we move. And the only difference is, again, we add an en. Ich sehe ihren Mann. I see her man. Ich sehe ihren Mann. And the rest stays absolutely the same. We can copy this one-to-one by the logic above. Okay, so this is the singular. Now let's move to the plural. From singular to plural. The first plural, we know. What is the first plural? How do we say German in English? We, German, it's wir. Wir. Now, if it's about a belonging, it's like it's ours. Ours. In the nominative, ours. The same also ours. I see ours. And if I see something, and then we, das sind wir, und I see us in German. Ich sehe uns. Ich sehe uns. Ich sehe uns. Excuse me here. I see us. I see us. Switching between two languages at the same time. There is the warm in. Yeah. I see us. Okay. So how do we say this now in the possession way? The core, what we want to do here is, if we say in German, das ist unser Mann. Unser Mann. Now the same scheme repeats. Das ist unser Kind and unsere Frau. Here red marked unser because marking the male dominance. Unsere Frau is also unsere Kinder. But how do we say now that I see our man? Please pause here. I see our man. Ich sehe unseren Mann. Ich sehe unseren. So you just add the en again. Ich sehe unseren Mann. Good. And the rest is again the same. Ich sehe unsere Frau. Ich sehe unser Kind. Ich sehe unsere Kinder. Nothing new from that side. Now, we skip the second one and go instantly to the third one to see a logic that makes it easier. If I put this in the C form, like in English, they, so I can say ich sehe sie, would be the same. Ich sehe sie, which is then, if we put in English in the possession way, this is theirs, or if I see their car, for example. Good. Now, by the logic, if what you already learned in nominative, if in green, let's mark it in green, if we have female and plural always cooperating, always working the same way, being interchangeable in their forms, then we have the same again here for the female. So this is behaving the same way as its plural. And the forms are one-to-one the same. Ta-da! Saved a lot of time. And we mark it this way. So they are interconnected. Good. So now we move to the master, the last one, the end boss. If we say in German, yeah, and the possessive pronoun, the equivalent in English, it is yours or your man, for example. Ich sehe euch. That is a different personal pronoun. Ich sehe euch. And now the possessive, I see yours in English, or your, so it's the same. I see yours, yeah. In German, how would I say the possession of this is yours or your man? Das ist, you already learned, euer Mann. Das ist euer Mann. Therefore, equivalent, das ist euer Kind. You already learned this. Das ist euer Kind. And now comes this trick of the RE changing, you remember? If you don't remember, go back, stop here and go back into and see the overview of the nominative. So, das ist eure Frau. Das ist eure Frau. Eure Frau. Das ist eure Frau. And the same for the plural. Das sind eure Kinder. Das sind eure Kinder. Das sind eure Kinder. Now, this is the only exception here that the R is turning. But how is it going in the accusative? It's easier than it was before. First of all, the logic says we have to add en, so indeed we do this. That's euren Mann. Euren Mann. Euren Mann. Now, what is here the difference? The logic of en at the end is known to you. But here it's er and here it's er or re, however you would like to see it. Now, why is that? That is because this form that you learned is actually the exceptional form. This male is exceptional for nominative, and it is not this way in the other cases. So the er at the end is exceptional here. And because the neutral and the male are the same in nominative, this exception is exported to the neutral, so it's euer Kind. Now, if the female, neutral, and plural form of nominative is accusative, is the same. So if we always make the same, then this exception is also exported to the accusative in that form. So As you see how dominant the male form is, the male form exported to the neutral is exported to another case. This exception is carried in all the system into 3 positions now. So now again, this is the actual normal form, that's eure and then en, or here in the female, eure and the I, and the exceptional is this oi and er that is carried also then here. Good. So the rest of the rule follows the same. Nominative equals accusative. That goes here as well. Yeah. Good. So this is the exceptional form. And that's it. Now, to mark it in a great picture, that nominative and accusative equal each other, we mark it here in a box that way. Nominative and accusative equal each other. Now for the rule, if you forgot how to read this column and you want to translate, for example, the following sentence, I see my man. I see my man. Now what you have to do first is to read this column here. You ask yourself first, horizontal, same system as in nominative. You ask yourself, whose possession is it? Whose possession? In this case, whose possession is it? So the possession of an I. So of a person here, I. So let's go in the list and check. Where is the I? Horizontal, here, I. So it must be something in this horizontal line. The answer must be in this horizontal line. Something about an I. Okay. Then the second question you ask yourself is vertical. What is the gender of the possession? I mean, a man is not possessed in that way, but it's just grammatic-wise, it is. So the man here is possessed. My man, my. The my possesses the man. Now, now you have to check here. Okay. What is this? Is the man male, female, neutral, plural? And we know, it is male. So the man is male. So the only options left are these two. So it must, the translation for my must be mine or meinen. And now is the third one. The third question you ask yourself is the verb. The verb defines the case, so you want to know which case it is. So what case is the verb? And for that you can ask yourself, what case, or therefore action, is the verb? So in this list here. Is the action a to be, which is quite easy to know. Is there a to be in a sentence, sein or not? And if I say I see my man, there is not a to be in the sentence, so it must be automatically accusative. But let's say you don't understand that it's to be. Then you think about, okay, what is involved in here? Is it something about the movement? No, to see is not a movement. Is it the special verb haben or something else that you will learn later? No, it's not. It's senses, sehen, something to do with senses, even directly, not even just indirectly. So of these two forms, it is definitely this form, so it must be that. So meinen. So now you can translate. Ich sehe meinen Mann. And that's how you use this column system. That's all. Now, you feel overwhelmed by all this knowledge. That is absolutely normal. And it is again just training of driving bike. You need to train it, and after you did it 10 times, you will not even remember that there was a time in which you could not use that properly. So training, 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 that makes the whole difference. So that was the second case for you to learn. This is put on one paper, all that is about the accusative in comparison to the nominative, which makes you seeing that there is a clear connection between the question words wen, den, ihn, meinen, up to the possessive pronouns, and it makes you understand the same for the nominative, that you know wer, der, er. Now you can clearly talk in the form of the accusative, which means that you can clearly talk for 85% of the German verbs. 85. So you're practically already to 85% done with all the German complication, because this is as hard as it can get. This is the hardest of the German language. The cases are the hardest. You will learn 2 more cases. One of them, genitive, you don't need. It's just nice to know. Dative you will need. So it will not get harder than this. This is all. This is the top. This is the hardest where the people struggle, which is normal because we have to think here in a 2-dimensional system. And you train this. You write now your 5 sentences the same way you learned it in nominative. So you are looking around in your surrounding and think about the objects, or in your job, wherever you want, what you want to connect German with. Think about what you want to translate, and then you make a connection and say, this is my cupboard. So you translate cupboard, the cupboard, der Schrank, die Schränke. So you make then a sense, das ist mein Schrank. And now you put this in the into the I see version, which is the accusative. Ich sehe meinen Schrank. Now for the last thing, this is a small bonus, what some people are struggling with, is if I translate the personal pronouns here, ich, mich, for example, I am a man. It would be I see a man in German. Ich bin ein Mann. Ich bin ein Mann. I am a man. Now, how to use these personal pronouns is I see myself. Ich sehe mich. Now, some people, that sometimes happens, are confused because you have the ich and the mich. So you have your nominative and you have the accusative. Mich. Now that should not confuse you because it's one-to-one the same in English. I see myself. It might confuse you because you think too deeply. It very often happens. If you are an analytical person, you think deeply, then this question might come up. But here, go one step back, go in the macro perspective, and just very bold, translated from English, I see myself. Ich sehe mich. That some people are struggling with, but it's just a way of using it. So some people are saying, for example, mich sehe, like myself see, but it doesn't make sense in English. So you stick with the normal personal pronoun and you add the mich. Now, why is that? If you want to know, it's very simple, because the accusative is about the senses and the movements, so it must be something that is done with the action, with the senses. So it is only that we use this mich because it is that I see myself is done by the sense of the action. So I can say the sentence I see also without mich, but I see myself. If I reflect myself, I am like personal pronoun. I personalize the action of seeing. I put myself into a relation to the seeing, into a relation with this action. That's why it's I see myself. That's it. I congratulate you to learn a system that will make you able to speak 85% of all the German verbs. You have mastered an incredible hard, and in my eyes the hardest step of the German grammar. And now it's time for you to train. Do the homework as always, minimum 5 sentences per day. I would recommend you, for this case, 15 sentences per day until you feel very safe, and then you continue with the next lecture in which we will talk more about the adjectives, give you more examples and more training. I thank you for this incredible time we had now, this incredible burden we made, and we see us next time. Again, my congratulations. Welcome back. Today we will dive excitingly in deep waters of the Germanic German history of the names for the days, die Tage, the days, die Tage. After this unit, you will not only be able to name the days, but to understand their origin. So the last time you learned to set up the time, now you will learn how to name the days. And after that, you will know more than the most Germans do about their own name days. So let's start about the topics of the days, or die Tage, which comes from der Tag, and weekdays, Wochentage, der Tag, die Tage, der Tag. Good. So today we make a comparison between the days, the day names in first Deutsch, German, Deutsch, and English. So you will additionally learn about the origin of the English name days as well. And then the Latin, the overall Latin principle of the name days. Now, to understand the system, why the names are the way they are, we need to go back in history. We are writing the year 50 before our time, our way of calculating the time. So 50 BC. That was 2050 years ago. It was the first time that the Latin-speaking people, the Romans, encountered the Germanic cultural group, in our days roughly northeast France, where Julius Caesar defeated a Suebi tribe. The Suebi were people who were settling in nowadays South Germany and later in northwest Spain, and they came all the way from Denmark, walking down and looking for a better place to live than in the north. So Caesar defeated them, but this encounter was the first time that the Latin met the people, but not the last time. For more than 400 years, the German tribes in the Roman Empire were settling, were living next to each other, mostly peacefully, but also violently. And it got that the Germans who wanted to do business with the Latin people, they had to adapt to the Latin way of organizing the market. So that means the German people went to the markets of the Latin people to sell their goods, and the Latins were dictating them when the market is open, what regulations there are, and so on. So the Germans started to adapt their way of dividing the week in days by the Latin logic. Now, that happened in a quite unusual cultural exchange. So the Germanic people could have taken the Latin names of the day and used them, but they didn't. What they did is they used the Latin equivalent of the name days, which means they used the content of the name days and translated into their language in a different way. So the Latin name days are based on ancient gods, on the pagan gods. The Latin calendar is from the Roman times, around the year 50 after, with big reforms under Augustus, one of the an adopted son of Julius Caesar. Caesar is very well known. So the Latins now divided their week in 7 days, and then gave each day a name of a god. So we start with the first. We write here the god or god's role. So the first day of the week, which is in the European way Monday, in a traditional Christian way it's Sunday, and also still used in North America, but we go with the European calendar as Germany is in Europe. So the first day of the week, which is Monday, starts in English Monday, is in German Montag. Now we already see here a strong similarity. So day, Tag, Mon. So it's almost one-to-one the same. Now what is it now with this Latin god? The Latins called the first day of the week after Luna, the god or the moon itself, or the god of moon, however you interpret it. The Latins were strongly focused on the stars. They gave each star a divine role. So the moon, Luna. Now the god's role, there is no specific role. It is just that the first day of the week is defined by the moon. So the moon in a divine way. So now the Latin called it something with Luna. In nowadays Spanish, for example, Italian, Portuguese, we still have these roles. We still have those name days. So now the Latin called it after Luna. Now the Germanic people could have also called it Luna with a Germanic ending of the word, but they didn't. So what they did is they translated this, okay, they call it the moon day. Now they translated that into their language and said, okay, we call the moon that way, so we give it the name day, the day of the moon. That's what they did. So that's why it's Monday or Montag. Moon in German, der Mond, the moon, der Mond, der Mond, die Monde, der Mond, die Monde. Okay, good. Now let's go to the second day. In English, that is Tuesday. In German, that is Dienstag. Dienstag, Tuesday. Now in Latin, for example, in Spanish, martes is Tuesday, is connected with Mars, which was the god of war. So the god of war gave the second day of the week its name. Yeah? So the Germanic heard about this, the Germanic tribes, and they said, well, okay, if you call it after the god of war, we call it the second weekday after our god of war, which was, at that time, Tiu, in some regions Tiu, for the Germanic continental. It was more Tiu for the for some of the English tribes, the later English tribes, which came from Germany, the northwest coast. It was at Tiu. And for the northern tribes, for the Vikings, what we later get to know as Vikings, the Scandinavians, it was Tyr. Tyr. So the god of war, Mars, equals the god of war's names day in the Germanic. And here we see it clearly. Tiu is like Dienstag, or Tiu like Tuesday, the god of war. Good. Now we go for the first day. Excuse me, for the third day, which in English is Wednesday, which is for German Mittwoch. Mittwoch. And for the Latin, this is connected to, like in Spanish, miércoles is Wednesday. It's connected to Mercur. Miércoles, Mercur. That was the god of merchandising, mainly. So the god of businessmen. Merchandising. Now, or trade, business. Now, for the Germanic tribes at that time, the Germanic had no cities. They had no infrastructure in their territory. The biggest settlement, we're talking about settlements, like the biggest cities, they were not really cities, were settlements of roughly 2,000, maximum 5,000 people living with each other. And there were very few of them. So they're mainly living as scattered farmers. So now, if they have no cities, then they have no infrastructure that is providing the profession of merchandisers, of traders, their base. So they had no professional trading in their society. So there was a problem, is they have no professional trading in society. They have also no god of trading. So what they were then understanding is, okay, this merchandisers, traders, businessmen, uh, they are people who go from A to B to exchange goods. So they are traveling a lot. So therefore, the Germanic tribes gave the name of the third day to the god of travel, which was for the Germanic tribes in Germany and later England, Wodan. Wodan. Some also called him Woden. There are several versions of it. Woden, which gave the name to English Wednesday. German is an exception here because it's just Mittwoch comes from middle, so middle week. That's an exception. Middle, so the middle of the week. Middle, yeah, Mittwoch. Now, this god of travel and was for the Germanic, was also the god of hunt, and later became the god of army organization, mainly a god that was worshipped by the elite, not by the farmers. This god is very famous in the Viking mythology by the name Odin, or Odin in contemporary sources is mainly called Odin. Now, you see the difference is only the W from Woden to Odin, and that missing of the W was historically the first time when the Germanic tribes south of Denmark divided linguistically by their language to the Scandinavian people, which later became the Vikings. That was their origin. That was the origin of the German language, that we developed a W, V, and the Scandinavians did not have a W. For example, in Norwegian, words that have W are actually imported later. The W is a new letter in the language. For example, vater, water. The W is something new in the language of the Scandinavians. It was later imported by the contact with the continental. So here you see, by the name of this god, you see the difference between German and Scandinavian the first time developing, and that is recorded the first time when Caesar met the Suebi tribes and recorded their language in some extent, and that's the first time when we have witnessed that the language started to go into two directions, Scandinavian and German. Okay, so this is middle of the week, Mittwoch. Then we come to the fourth day of the week, which is in English Thursday. Some of you who like Viking culture and media, you already guess what god that is. That is the god of thunder. You even see it in the English language nowadays. Thunder. Yeah, Thursday, thunder. And the god of thunder was it was more not of thunder, it was more of lightning. It was Jupiter for the Latin people. Like nowadays, jueves in Spanish is Thursday. So that is thunder and lightning. So there you see already Thor, Thu and Thu. Now for the Germans, that is the fourth day of the week is Donnerstag, which comes from the German version Donner, which means thunder. Der Donner is the thunder. Der Donner. Der Donner. Good. So that is thunder. And the god representing this for the more Scandinavian, for the Scandinavian side was Thor or Thor, famous in nowadays media as well. Thor or Thor. In the media, it's mainly called nowadays Thor, but regionally it was Thor. And in Scandinavian, you also pronounce it more Thor. Thor. So this is the god of lightning, while for the German, this was Donar, Donar, which is Donner. Okay, so here you see again a distinction between the Scandinavian development and the continental Germanic tribes. We had the same origin with the Scandinavians, but we separated linguistically. So the Scandinavians and the English were strongly influenced by the Scandinavians, even though they came from Germany. Their language origin comes mainly from Germany. Then it was strongly influenced by the Vikings, who were invading them and settling there for roughly 250 years, and in some regions of England until like for more than 500 years. So here it's a soft th in the Scandinavian, th, and this is a d, which is basically the same origin of letter. The one is D, it's hard soft, like the, Donna. And this is soft, Thor. The hardest version of this letter is the T, T. So if you would take it as T. So if you would compare t, de, th. And then in English you have even two types of th. You have the hard one, which is father, and you have the soft one like think. That's more an F. So they have the same origin. Good. So this is the fourth day of the week, called by the god of lightning and thunder. And now we go to the fifth day, the Friday. This is the Friday. Now, Friday, in German, very close. Freitag, Friday, incredible close. Freitag, that comes from the god of fertility, which in Latin was Venus. In nowadays Spanish, Bieres. So still close related. And fertility for the Germanic tribes was the god Freyr and the goddess Freya. For mainly the Scandinavian ones. For the German, it was depends on the region. We had strong differences as we were mixing up with the Celtic tribes as well. But we don't go into detail this now. But this is the origin of Freitag, Friday. It's the god of fertility. Freitag, Friday. Now, this word is still related with the word, with the German word, with the English word to be free. Like sexual freedom. You can remember that way. In German, this is frei. Now, in German, an old word for an in ancient time for more you could nowadays you would call it like a male prostitute, or a person who just takes the partner he wants, is not binding himself. This is called, or this was called in German in old times, der Freier. der Freier, which is Freitag, comes from fertility. Even in this word fertility in English, you see fer, again, close fertility. In nowadays, Freier would be more, or not nowadays anymore, but until 50 years ago, roughly, Freier was also often used for a person, a young man who was seeking to the attention of one woman, maybe to get her married later on, but at the beginning also in a sexual way. Okay, so this is Freitag, the 5th day. Now we go to the 6th day, and that differentiates strongly, which in English is Saturday. Saturday. Now, Saturday in English is one-to-one taken from the Latin, which is from the planet Saturn, or the divine thing associated with the planet Saturn. And for the German counterpart, this is Samstag. So that might be also related to Saturn, SA, it starts with that. So I would give it here the Latin dominance, Saturn. But the old traditional German way is to call Samstag Sonnabend. Sonnabend. That's the traditional way. So the official, but the traditional way, and a lot of, especially older generation nowadays, still call it Sonnabend. So if you hear somebody saying Sonnabend, we meet Sonnabends, that means he wants to meet on Saturday. You will see in a second why it's called Sonnabends. Now, the language here in Germanic regions are different, or of Germanic origin. For example, Denmark, you call it Lørdag, which comes from probably from the washing day, because on the 6th day of the week, the Vikings were traditionally washing themselves. Vikings were not as unhygienic as often shown in literature. They were actually, with having one set day for washing as a social rule, there was quite a revolution in hygiene at that time. So this is Sonnabend. Now we come to the last one, which is in English Sunday, and in German Sonntag, Sunday. Sonntag, Sunday. In Latin, as is delivered from Sol, the sun. So all of them take the sun as their origin. Yeah? In German, the sun, die Sonne. Die Sonne. Die Sonne. Okay. Plural die Sonnen. So these are the origin of the days. You will put in again der Mond. Monde. Now you see the cultural root, the cultural background of these days. And besides just knowing how the days are, you just know now something that you can tell Germans. They will be very surprised. Yeah? So let's go through the German days again. Der Montag, der Dienstag, der Mittwoch, der Donnerstag, der Freitag, der Samstag, or Sonnabend, der Sonntag. Now here Sonnabend, you see the old way of saying it, which is often still used, comes from Sunday. So it's the Abend, which is evening. It's the Abend of the Sunday. So it's the evening before the Sunday. In Christian terms, the week would start with Sunday, and there you would see the more logical way of sun, moon, and then the rest. Yeah, but nowadays we have it that way. Okay, now for you to divide the days, what you need to know in German as well. It's very important in Germany, partly in Austrian, not so much in Switzerland. We Germans are nowadays Germany, the days dividing the working times are extremely strict. So that means, it's surprising for a lot of people, but in most federal states, there is no shopping mall open on Saturday or Sunday. So a lot of people who move to Germany are then surprised that they cannot buy themselves food on Saturday or Sunday. That is due to within Germany, the church has still a significant political influence, significant. And the church, based on the Christian calendar, says, okay, Monday, Friday, working, then at least Sunday off, and then the state in the 19th century put also Saturday off. So therefore, these days are still off, and you cannot go to a shopping mall in the most states for the most things. So be aware of that you plan to buy your food Friday latest. Okay, good. So to divide these days of working, not working, we Germans call here in blue marked this is what we call the work days. The work days. In German, der Werktag. Let's zoom in. Der Werktag. Tage. Or we also call it sometimes die Arbeitstage. Der Arbeitstag, die Arbeitstage. Arbeit means work, might be familiar with you. Arbeit. Arbeit is work. Arbeiten is to work. And an older name for work is werken. Werken. Still in nowadays Dutch, werken means to arbeiten. Wij werken. Wir arbeiten. Yeah? So this is both related to work. You see, work and werk is also related. Good. And then the non-working days we call in English weekend, in German das Wochenende. Das Wochenende. Die Wochenenden. So here again, same translation, die Woche, the week, und Ende, end, almost like in English. And in total, this would be in German, die Woche. Die Woche, die Wochen. Die Woche, die Wochen. So the 7 days is the week. Now, how would we say in German on Thursdays? For example, our opening times are on Thursdays. So we Germans say, let's say on Thursdays, we Germans would say am Donnerstag, or we say Donnerstags, written with a small letter, which equals each other. The same is for the weekend. Which means then am Wochenende. Now please fill out the gap. What is the second one? Same rule. Wochenends. 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 Okay. And you can say, how would you, for example, say during work days? Only open during work days. Excuse me. Please now make your logic. It follows the same logic that you learned before. During work days, how would you say that? German say werktags oder am Werktag. Werktags am Werktag. Okay, let's zoom out. And that's it so far. We covered now all the days, their historical, mythological background. And now for you, repeat those days and make some examples with I go on Thursdays, for example, which would be translated: Ich gehe donnerstags, or I go on Thursday, ich gehe am Donnerstag. Can also be on Thursdays. Okay, good. That was a pleasure for me, and I hope you enjoyed the cultural historical experience. I'm looking forward to see you for the next journey. Welcome on board today with a very, very German topic. Today we talk about die Uhrzeit. What does it mean, Uhrzeit? Uhrzeit, Zeit, means time, and Uhr is the watch or the clock. Traditionally more the clock, but also the watch that you have on your arm. The watch. So the watch time or the clock time. So basically, what's the time? And why is that so German? Because we Germans are, as all prejudice saying, we are absolutely there on time when it comes to physical meetings. Now, in recent years with globalization, things are for sure changing in our mentality. But the core of the German soul, when it comes to business, is, and especially when we have meetings, you must be on time. This is not a prejudice joke. If you are 5 minutes too late, especially with people who are of the generation 45 and older, who are used to the German precision, then you seriously offend the other person. And it might be that the business relation or the application, whatever you're doing, might be already over, job-wise. So be on time. And for us Germans, it's so marked into our into our cultural gene, heart, brain, however you call it. Then it is that you feel that you are 1 or 2 minutes too late. You feel it. That's not a joke. You do. You feel it. Now it is changing with the modern generation, but also modern generation is quite on time, even though not having the drill of the older one. So time is very important for us Germans. Therefore, this is an important topic for you to understand, to know how to when to meet your German contact person. And after this lecture, you will know how to not only read the time, but you will also know a formal and informal way to say the time, as well as differences between East and West Germany. We have a difference, which is quite an interesting thing you will see in a second. But let's start with the basics. So if we have, for example, this time. Now, how would we call this? What would we say? What's the number first of all? Stop here, think about the number. If you don't know the number, you have to go back 2 chapters to the chapter of the time, the numbers, excuse me. So this is what we would call, we would say it is 10 Glock. 10 Glock. We don't say a Glock, we say 10 Glock. So how is it in German? Translated, stop here to train. Answer is, es ist 10 Uhr. Es ist 10 Uhr. Now this system goes very easy. It's with all the numbers. For example, if you say, for example, 12, you would say what? Translated, it is 12 o'clock. This is 12 Uhr. Now if you would make it, for example, 8, what would you say? Es ist 8 Uhr. So very simple. The only exception that might be confusing for some people is if it's 1 a.m., we don't say eins, we say ein. Es ist 1 Uhr. Es ist 1 Uhr. But that shouldn't be confusing after you have seen the numbers, the chapter of the numbers, and then see ein Mann, for example. It's the same. Good. Es ist 1 Uhr. Good. So now we come to the formal and informal way of saying the times. Therefore, we will make us some artificial watches here. And they must number 1, 2, 3, wait, let me see what I prepared for you. 2, 4, 5, 5 of them. We need 5 watches. So let's draw. And keep in mind, I'm not an artist, so this might not be as precise as I wish it to be. So let's go. Now we copy this 5 times. So 1, 2. Let's calculate in German. 1, 2, 3, 4 und 5. Tada! 5 Uhren. Eine Uhr, 5 Uhren. Okay, now we get 5 blocks. Good. So now let's see, how would we say this time in German? Now we have 2 ways to say that. First is, you can say formal. Es ist 9 Uhr und 5 und 50 Minuten. Es ist 9 Uhr und 55 Minuten. That's the formal way of saying that. Now the formal way is logical, it's simple. You just need to find the numbers. But for the informal way, I want to draw you something. So what we do for the informal way is we say this is the fixed point here. And we say it's before this fixed point. And before in German is vor. Vor. So how would I say it is 5 before 10? In English we would say it's 5 to 10, but we say 5 before 10. So this would be translated, train yourself, and then correct it. Es ist 5 vor 10. Es ist 5 vor 10. Es ist 5 vor 10. Okay, there we have the 4 marking you in red here. vor. Es ist 5 vor 10. Okay, very well. Vor 10. There is a distance. It's not written together. Vor 10. Yeah, there's a distance. Okay, good. Now, logic-wise, what do we say after? So it's 10 or 5. The former way of saying this, please write down, train yourself, write down, correct it. It is 10 o'clock and 5 minutes. Now, answer is, es ist 10 Uhr und 5 Minuten. Es ist 10 Uhr und 5 Minuten. Now, I would say in this case, the informal way, that is after this fixed point, which is, in German, after is nach, nach, nach. So how would I say, it is 5 after 10? Please write it down, stop the video here, correct yourself. Es ist 5 nach 10. Es ist 5 nach 10. Es ist 5 nach 10. Good. Now we come to the quarters. If we have, for example, 10:15, it's 10 minutes later, it's 10:15. We go with the same logic. While this time we count the whole quarter. And we say again, nach. Nach. So how would we say it is? It is 10 o'clock and 15 minutes. Please write down, stop the video here, self-correct. Es ist 10 Uhr und 15 Minuten. Es ist 10 Uhr und 15 Minuten. Super. Es ist 10 Uhr 15 Minuten. Now, how do I say this informally? It gets different. I would say it is quarter after 10. Quarter. Now in German, quarter is das Viertel. So in das Viertel. So how would I say informally? It is quarter after 10. So we say es ist Viertel. So here you say Viertel is vier, because you quarter it, there are 4 parts. 4, es ist Viertel nach 10. Es ist Viertel nach 10. So now, most people tend to use the informal way. But I already tell you here, before we come to a more complicated case, the next case, I would recommend you always stick with the formal way. Even though it looks more difficult and looks longer, it will save you headache after headache because the time is more precise. Secondly, people will understand you better. With accents in Germany and with East-West difference, which we will see in a second, confusion might break out. I experienced this so many times. So just use the formal way. But we come now to 10:45. 10:45. Now, first of all, we go the formal way. How would we say? How would we say it is 10 o'clock and 45 minutes? Es ist, now please stop the video, write it down, self-correct. Es ist 10 Uhr und 45 Minuten. Es ist 10 Uhr und 45 Minuten. Good. Simple to understand. Now, harder to understand is the informal way of saying it. Because we have a difference between West Germany and East Germany. Now, West Germany and East Germany politically divided from 1948 until 1991 or 1990. The mentalities developed different. The difference between East and West we discuss in the package of German mentality and business mentality. And the time setting is a bit different between East and West Germany. So in West Germany, what we would do, we would stick with the logic of it is quarter before 11. So this you already had. 4. So what would we say? Well, how would we say? It is quarter before 11. West Germany, es ist Viertel vor 11. Es ist Viertel vor 11. Ja? Es ist Viertel vor 11. Okay, now in East Germany, so there would be Berlin, then everything northeast of Bavaria. For example, to the Baltic Sea. East Germany, we would go with the logic, it is 3/4 11. So you count the quarters. So it's 3/4 and now 1/4 left. It is 3/4 11, which would look by the drawings like this. It is 3/4 11. So in East Germany you would say, es ist 3/4 11. Es ist 3/4 11. Es ist 3/4 11. Puh, so you see the difference. And that leads to an incredible confusion sometimes. So I always recommend you better stick with the official numbers, the formal way. Nobody confuses that. Okay, now logically we go with half as well. So how would we say this in the formal way? It would be, it is 10 o'clock and 30 minutes. Es ist 10 Uhr und 30, remember 30, not sick, but sick, 30 Minuten. Und 30 Minuten, super. And that would be, now for the informal way, the logic for East and West, there is no difference. Half to the time set, half to, or half, half and then the higher time, which is, in German, it is 11:30. 11:30. So how would I say it is 11:30? Please stop here, write it down. Answer, es ist 11:30. Es ist 11:30. It is 11:30. Es ist 11:30. Perfect. Good. So these are now the time settings, you know. Even though, again, I recommend you the formal way. That makes things more clearer. And now, how would we say we meet at, let's say, at 10. So we meet at 10. How do you say this? At. Then we would go with wir. Now to meet in German treffen, wir treffen, and it's reflexive, so accusative. We meet us in German, we say. How do I say us in German? Wir treffen uns. Then is at, let's say 10. Wir treffen uns 10. That would be the equivalent of at in English. We meet us 10. Okay. Now there is this AM and PM also existing in German, which is, for example, AM is everything from 0 to 12, which would be then logically 0, 0 bis 12 Uhr, or the PM is 13 to 24, which would be, now 13 would be 1 PM, so it's 1 bis 12 Uhr. Es ist 1 oder es ist 12 Uhr. Some informal, in an informal way, we can also say, we meet us at 1 is, wir treffen uns 1. 1. Wir treffen uns 1. Not Uhr. Wir treffen uns 1. That would be the informal way. Now, how would we say we meet us at 12 informally? Write it down. Think about it. Answer is, wir treffen uns 12. 12. Now, in old terms, sometimes they also add, for the AM, they said morgens. 12 Uhr morgens, which is AM. And that's the better way to say it. In general, this AM PM system is actually informal, and most Germans just say, we meet us at 12. And then you're just like, yeah, okay, is it 12 AM or PM? And they require you to already pre-understand to know what they mean, but often it's confusing, because if you say we meet us at 6, yeah, I mean, it could be 6 in the morning if you have a job to do, or for the evening. It's possible. So better, if you want to use that, which I would not recommend, you always stick with the formal one. But if you want to use it, or the others are using it, then ask them always morgens or abends, even though they might answer you stupid answers. Make comments about you. Better check that. Better check that. Morgens or abends, evenings, like PM, abends. Or depends on the time setting, nachmittags. Yeah. You will learn this in the next chapter, how to say this. So at least if it's between 0 and 12 in the morning, they say morgens. Yeah. But you see these informal on the right side. Then here, this PM and AM. I only had a bad experience. I would recommend you by heart, stick with the formal numbers. Stick with it and you will have way better chances to meet properly in the proper time. It will happen to you if you use the informal way. It will happen to you that you miss each other for a time, which is very bad for Germans, as you already know now. And from that moment on, you will praise the formal way of saying the time. Now that you know the time, we shortly go over the mathematic units of the time, die Zeiteinheiten, the units, the way of calculating things time-wise. So tell me, if you have this symbol, which stands for a second, how do I say second in German? It is die Sekunde. Die Sekunde. Die Sekunde. Now I ask you, plural, die Sekunden. Now I ask you, in German, wie viele Sekunden hat eine Minute? Wie viele Sekunden hat eine Minute? Translate this sentence for yourself and answer, wie viele Sekunden hat eine Minute? Stop here, think about it. And the answer is 60. 60 Sekunden sind eine Minute. Now this symbol means what? It means die Minute. Die Minuten. Die Minute. Die Minuten. The minute in English. Die Minute. Die Minuten. Die Minuten. Now, question. Wie viele Minuten hat eine Stunde? Wie viele Minuten hat eine Stunde? Antwort, die Stunde hat 60 Minuten. Stunde. Die Stunde. Die Stunden, plural. Die Stunde, die Stunden. Question. Frage. Wie viele Stunden hat ein Tag? Wie viele Stunden hat ein Tag? Der Tag hat, answer, 24 Stunden. Now comes die Woche. Die, oh, excuse me, we've got day, excuse me. Der Tag, die Tage, der Tag, die Tage. Wie viele Tage hat eine Woche? Wie viele Tage hat eine Woche? Please answer yourself. Wie viele Tage hat eine Woche? What do you think? Die Antwort ist 7. Die Woche hat 7 Tage. Woche. Die Woche. Die Wochen. Die Woche. Die Wochen. Frage. Wie viele Wochen hat ein Monat? Antwort. Der Monat hat 4 Wochen. Der Monat hat 4 Wochen. How many weeks has a month? 4 weeks. Now, der Monat, die Monate. Wie viele Monate hat das Jahr? Wie viele Monate hat das Jahr? Please answer. Wie viele Monate hat das Jahr? 12 Monate. Das Jahr, die Jahre. Wie viele Jahre hat eine Dekade? What is a decade? What is that? In Latin, Deca means 10. Wie viele Jahre hat eine Dekade? Die Antwort ist 10. 10 Jahre hat eine Dekade. Die Dekade, we call it, it's from Latin, die Dekade, die Dekaden. Or we say die Jahrzehnte, das Jahrzehnt, die Jahrzehnte, das Jahrzehnt, die Jahrzehnte. Here is the word 10 in it, 10, das Jahrzehnt, die Jahrzehnte. So then we have the century. In German we call it the year 100. How would I say this, the year 100? Please write down. Stop the video here. Answer, das Jahrhundert, die Jahrhunderte. Now, the millennia, we would say the year 1000. What is that? Stop here, think about it. Das Jahrtausend, die Jahrtausende. Okay, and these are also the mathematical units. So, you now know how to say the time, formal, informal, while I always recommend you stay with the formal way. Save yourself the trouble, and you know the mathematical units. And that's it for the chapter. I'm looking forward for the next adventure. Bye. Welcome back to today's lecture for you. Last time you learned how to say the times precisely. This time you will learn how to say the periods of the days. So today we deal with the topic of die Tageszeiten. Die Tageszeiten. What does it mean, Tageszeiten? Let's translate step by step. What means Tag? Der Tag. Der Tag. Der Tag. It's in English, the day. Der Tag. The day. The day. And Zeiten are times. Times. So day times. Die Tageszeiten. So let's imagine this is representing 24 hours per day. So not the time, the exact time, like now it's 12 a.m. or 12 p.m. This is representing 100% of the day. So we are starting with a day exactly at midnight. So what is midnight in the formal way? How do you say this? Stop here, think about it. And if you don't remember, then go back a chapter, stop here, and repeat the last chapter. So the answer is, es ist 24 Uhr, and then you can say nachts, for example, 24 Uhr nachts. Now this part is then the opposite, that's during midday. Okay, good. So let's start first with the right side, which is after midnight. After midnight. So the period between midnight and around, we would say, around 10 is perceived as what we Germans say, this is the morning. So now, how do I say during the morning, or how do I say in the morning? In German, I would say am Morgen, or I say morgens. Am Morgen or morgens, that is equal to each other. Am Morgen oder morgens. So this would be between 24, after 24, after midnight, and until roughly 8 to 10, depends, but it's more 10ish, until 10. You would say morgens. So if I, for example, say I go to work in the morning, how would I say this in German? Stop the video here. I go to work in the morning. Stop the video here, translate it, and self-test. So the answer is Ich gehe. And now the Germans are changing the position of the time set. You will learn about this in details later. Ich gehe morgens zur Arbeit, for example, to work, zur Arbeit. So why it's zur Arbeit, you will learn in the B-level package. So that's not of your matter. So morgens. You can also equally say Ich gehe am Morgen zur Arbeit. Am Morgen. That is equaling. There is no difference. Ich gehe morgens zur Arbeit oder ich gehe am Morgen zur Arbeit. No difference. So I let you this as an example down here. Good. So this is am Morgen. In English, in the morning. In the morning. Good. Now the time between midday and 10, we Germans call, if you would literally translate, we call it before midday. Before midday. So think about how you would translate it before midday. You already heard in the last chapter before, for example, quarter before 10, like quarter to 10. That would be Viertel vor 10, Viertel vor 10. Now here you learn in this time period, this is what we call before midday in German. Das ist vormittags, vormittags or am Vormittag. Am Vormittag. Vormittags or am Vormittag. Here in green. Am Vormittag or vormittags. Now logically, what is then after midday? How would you call after midday? Roughly until the time setting of around 18. How would you call this? If you logically say for midday, you say after midday. So in German that is am Nachmittag. Or what is it? Stop here, think about it by the same logic that you learned before. It is nachmittags. Nachmittags. Yeah? So important to have this S at the end. Nachmittags. Vormittags. Morgens. Yeah? Okay, very well. So now, what is about midday? Midday. In German, we put again am, and then it's almost like in English, Mittag, midday, Mittag, midday, am Mittag, or if you would translate it middays, that is not existing in English, would be during midday or at midday. German would say mittags, mittags. Now, there is a specific saying in German which is zum Mittag, but that is only for the exception of eating, like the regular meal that you have enjoying at midday. So you say we meet, wir treffen uns, we meet zu Mittag. For midday, that means you go out together and eat at around 12. Good. Now, this would be after midday, would be around 1800, around. Now, after this is what we Germans, depends on the region, from when to when it verifies, but we call it evening. In conservative regions, evening is earlier, in cities that's later. But around until 21, roughly. That's what we call, at the evening in German, am Abend. Am Abend. Or, logically, what is it? Abends. Am Abend or Abends. Now we come to the last one, which is an complete exception in itself. We mark it here with dark, black, as this is in the night or during the night time. And this we call different in German. There is an exception, it's not am, but it is in der Nacht. In der Nacht. In der Nacht. So why is it in der Nacht? I don't know scientifically what it is, but cultural-wise, what I guess is that the times of the days, the way of saying it, were created in ancient times. So you have to have the worldview of ancient people to understand why they say in der Nacht and not am Nacht as regular. So the worldview of that people at that time was they divided the world already in a time of living and a time of not living. It's a dualistic worldview. It's black and white. And this time during the night was the time of the non-active living because you were sleeping mainly. So mythological wise, in the night, it was the time of those ones who lived during the shadow times, during the darkness, which was often associated with ghosts in the forest, spirits, and so on. So this was then, now listen to this, it was in another world that these things lived, like ghosts, spirits, and so on. So it was in another dimension, in another world. So that might be because it is in der Nacht. It is during another time period, during another dimension, during another sphere of existing where those creatures live. And this is during the night. So that it might be because it is in another world. It was perceived as another world, the night, where other beings were around. And the same is also for example, winter and summer. Like at winter time, the winter time was more perceived for the creatures, or was more perceived to be the active time of the of mystical creatures, For example, in nowadays still in a lot of parts in Germany, at the end of winter time, towards February, you're celebrating Carnival. You know, people are dressing up in masks and act like monsters, which is very strong in Switzerland celebrated. It's called Perchten there. So you see here, they dress up as monsters. And this is during the period of the year when you want to chase away those spirits, those monsters, because you want the time period of life back, the living active period, which is summer. So you have to chase away these spirits and you want to greet the sun back. So the winter and the summertime was strongly perceived as a transformation between life and death part of the year, the part of the year for the living and the part of the year for the dead. And that might be also the case for night and daytime, and that might be the case why it is in der Nacht, because it is in this dimension. Or you can also just say nachts. Nachts. Good. Now, as night is an exceptional time, also midnight must be exceptional. So we call it nicht am, sondern Mitternacht. Mitternacht. Mitternacht kommt Graf Dracula, for example. Or logically, mitternachts. Again, for strong S, mitternachts. That would be in English midnight, mitternachts. And that's it so far. These are the times of the day. And now you can make examples what you do during these times as a homework. For example, ich gehe nachmittags or am Nachmittag in den Supermarkt. I go in the supermarket. And so on. Or am Nachmittag schlafe ich. During the afternoon, I sleep. So you can make examples with this. As always, keep it short and simple, KISS, and focus more on the training of these times. Now, what you can do as an exercise is you can randomly say a number between 0 and 24. So that would be the time representation. For example, you say, okay, 7. And then you say, okay, what do I do at 7? And then you check 7, 7, 7, where it is. It's before 10 and after 24, so it's morgens. So, okay, what do I do at 7? Ich esse Frühstück. Ich putze Zähne. Ich wasche mich morgens um 7 Uhr, for example. Oder um 7 Uhr morgens. Or you just say, for example, let's say 22 randomly. Okay, what do I do at 22? Ich schlafe um 22 Uhr nachts. I sleep at 22 during the night. And that's how you train. And you always check your compass here, what time of the day it is. Good. So here you learned how to say the daytimes precisely. And now you know how to do some homework connected with this. Then I wish you, whatever time it is at the moment, einen guten Morgen, einen guten Tag oder eine gute Nacht. Have a good one. Bye. I welcome you again today with a shorter topic that is based on what you learned last time, the numbers. And today we will learn the ordinal numbers. You will see what that is in a second if you never heard it before. And after the lecture, you will be able to see things like the first man or the second man. And in combination with this, we are going to learn how to say the date what is, for example, today is the 1st of April. Good, so let's start through. And the topics is Ordinalzahlen. Ordinalzahlen. Ordinal numbers. Ordinalzahlen. So what is this ordinal, like ordinal in English, ordinal numbers? What is that? So if we would say in English, like for example, this is the number 1. Clear, yeah? So in English, 1. In German, what is 1? If you don't know this, then please go back in the last chapter and stop right here. So number 1 is eins. Eins. Now the ordinal number would be this, 1 with a dot. What does it mean? There is a difference. This would be, in English, the first, and in German, erste, der erste. Eins, erste. So there is a clear difference, isn't it? So by the use also, what is the difference? I mean, eins, erste. What if I say this is 1 or this is the first? What is the difference? Think about it. This is 1 or this is the first. So if you say this is 1, you count them. Like how many are they? 1, 2, 3, 4. While if you say the first, you say there is a limited amount and this is the first one. Or actually there don't need to be a limited amount, but just this is the first one of all of them. So you don't count, but you compare how many there were and in which order this number was. So this was the first one. For example, this is the first, he has the first place in the competition. So I compare him. Yeah. So the ordinal numbers are for numbers to compare. To compare, for example, results. Good. So to understand the ordinal numbers, we will go in the system that we already know. So we already know erste, but there are several ways of saying this based on the genders. And this is for you just a thing to repeat. As you already know, the forms of this, you just need to understand now the connection of what you already learned. But first of all, here we go with the male gender, the female gender, the neutral, and the plural. So erste. Now comes the logic that you already know. Just connect the dots. If you say that is the first one, what form has it? That is the first one. If you do not understand now that you already had this, then please go back to the chapter of the adjective endings for the accusative or nominative, doesn't matter, it's above, and check the second column, which is adjectives with the, because this is like an adjective treated. It is he is the first one. So logically, how would I translate? If you check this chapter, how would I translate? This is the first one. You would say logically, das ist der erste. For example, Mann, das ist der erste Mann. Das ist der erste Mann. Das ist der erste Mann. Das ist Das ist der erste Mann. So, das ist der erste Mann. Now, what is it with the woman? Das ist the woman. How would I say this? Das ist, you got it, die erste Frau. Die erste Frau. How is about child? That is the first child. Das ist das erste. Das erste Kind. Now, what's about the children? Das sind die ersten Kinder. Die ersten Männer, die ersten Frauen. So here comes the exception that we already learned for adjectives with the in front. Yeah, good. So that is clear. It is with e. It's with at the ending eee. Or en in the plural. Yeah, plus e or en. And that's it. Good. Now the logic of the is applied for nominative and accusative. You learned this already. So this would be das ist, which is nominative. And now we do the same for the accusative. So for example, I see. How would I say this? I see. Ich sehe. Ich sehe. Ich sehe. That would be accusative. Ich sehe. Ich sehe. Good. So how would I say I see? I see the man. I see the man. Please pause here, write it down, and self-correct this off. Excuse me, I see the first man. I see the first man. So that is, ich sehe den ersten Mann. What's about the rest? I see the first woman, I see the first child, I see the first children. Exactly, goes the same way as nominative and accusative is the same, besides the male form. So, ich sehe die erste Frau, ich sehe das erste Kind, ich sehe die ersten Kinder. So, the same, the same, the same. So the only difference is plus en. Okay, so that is the first. Now the same rule applies for the second. The second in German we say. So first of all, think what is two. And now think what that might be with being the second. Think about it, write it down. If you guess it correctly, then you're in the right logic. Es ist der zweite. Der zweite. Der zweite. Now, a lot of people get confused with this. This is just because zweite is obvious from zwei plus a te, but erste is different. It's eins. That's because it's just the first one. The first one has and it's an exception. Now we see here the logic. It's zwei plus te. Now the same applies also for free. Well, it has also a different start. German 3 is what? Drei. Now, this is dritte. Dritte. Das ist der dritte. Das ist der dritte. So here, this one. So it's exceptional. So here, this is unexceptional. 4. How would you say it? The fourth? So think about it, write it down, self-correct. Vierte. Der vierte. Der vierte. TE. Der vierte. Okay. Now we could continue with this just for the training. It goes in the same logic. How would I say it? The fifth. So what is 5 in German? Think about it. If you don't know, check the last chapter. It's fünf. Now TE. Add TE. Fünfte. So the same with 6. What is 6 in German? Sechs. And it is. Es ist der sechste. So just a TE. STE. Now with 7, that might be a bit confusing. What is 7 in German? It's sieben, but here, what we Germans do, we shorten it. We say siebte, siebte. So that is also exceptional. Good. Let's mark the exceptional ones. So this one is exceptional. Then this one is exceptional. And this one. The rest are not exceptional. It's neunte, zehnte, elfte. Just goes the normal logic. Okay. Good. So these are the rules for the ordinal numbers. Now we go to the dates. Datum. Das Datum. Das Datum. Now, das Datum means the date. The plural is die Daten. That's an exception. Die Daten. Die Daten. Das Datum, die Daten. But we extremely rarely use die Daten. Yeah, most Germans even confuse that. It's just official way. Most Germans accidentally say in plural das Datum, die Datum. Yeah, it's actually Daten. Most, but most don't use it. Okay, so now we apply the same method. It's in the nominative if we say that is, das ist, that is. Let's say das ist. Let's say that is the 1st of April. How would I say this in German? That is the 1st of April. Stop here. Write it down, self-correct. Das ist der 1. April. Das ist der 1. April. Now, how would I say this, for example, for a month? Let's say that is the first. That's the first month. Would say, das ist der 1. Monat. Now, how would say that is the first quarter? We would say, das ist das erste Quartal. How would we say the first quarters? These are the first quarters. Das sind die ersten Quartale. Okay. Now, this is for the nominative. With das ist means it's nominative. Now, how would we go with the accusative? Let's stick with the example of I see. Let's see. I see the 1st of April, like I see it coming. I see the 1st of April. How would I translate this? I see the 1st of April. Ich sehe den 1. April. And so on. I see the first month. Ich sehe den 1. Monat. That is the first quarter. I see the first quarter. Ich sehe den ich sehe das erste Quartal. And that's it. Same rules apply as always, and you can now say dates in German. Good. So that's it for the Ordinalzahlen, and now your task is to write down numbers and to train it with the month's name. So just choose something between 1 and 30 and just say, for example, 7, and then one of the month names, and form sentences with das ist or ich sehe. Now, if you want to do the sophisticated, what you can do is you can roll dice. You can roll dice and then play a game to say the numbers that you see in German, combine several dice, or even make math out of this. For example, you have 2 times 6, you have a lucky one, then you multiply them, and then you say that multiplication in German. 6 mal 6 ist gleich 36. And then you say it is the 36th of April. Okay, it doesn't exist, but let's just imagine. And then it's just like, das ist der 36. April. And that's how you train. So I wish you good luck with gambling with your time training. And I'm looking forward to see you for the next chapter. Hello there, and we're today diving into the numbers of the German language. At the end of this unit, you will be able to name all the German numbers, and you also know how to use the numbers in form of how to calculate them and how to express them, how to express the calculation in German. So our topic today is die Zahlen, die Zahlen, the numbers, die Zahlen. The singular of Zahlen ist die Zahl. Die Zahl. Die Zahl. Okay, die Zahlen. Now the thing is that Zahlen, die Zahl, is also connected with the verb to pay. For example, zahlen means in English to pay. It's a great parallel. So numbers equaling the verb of to pay. Good. So let's start. What is the first number? Well, I actually don't know if it's mathematically considered a number. Was only invented in the medieval times in nowadays Arabic countries. The idea of zero, which means there is nothing. Yeah? There was a fresh idea in the medieval times. Zero, and it revolutionized math. In German, we call it null. Null. Zero is null. Or as you say in economy, in German you would say, null ist nicht sehr viel. It's a German sarcastic joke. Null ist nicht sehr viel. Zero is not so much. Ja. Okay, good. So das ist null. Das ist null. And that und das ist 1. 1. Now see, the number is called eins. But if you say one man or a man, that equals to ein Mann. So the S is not existing there. So you just call the number eins, but if you say one man, then it is ein. So you lack the S. Keep that in mind. So ein Mann. So how would you say one woman? Please stop here and think about it. One woman. That would be eine Frau. Eine Frau. Good. Eins, ein Mann, eine Frau. Okay. We go to the number 2. In German, that would be zwei. 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 2. So in English now. 3 is drei in German. 3 is drei. Now, 4, close to German, 4, vier. 4, vier. 5, close to English, fünf. 5, fünf. 5, fünf. Now, for you to know, for having an example, how would I say this? These are 2 men. These are 2 men. Please write this down and translate it. Stop the video here for your training. These are 2 men. In German, das sind 2 Männer. 2 Männer. Now, how would I say this for the woman? These are 2 women. Das sind 2 Frauen. So yeah, there is no difference in the how to write the 2. Okay, good. 5. Now we go to 6. Now that is very close to English. Sechs, 6, 6, 6, 6. Now 7, also very close. Sieben, 7, 7. Now 8, German, 8, 8, 8. 9, very close to English. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. How would I say 10 children? Stop here, think about it. These are 10 children. German, das sind 10 Kinder. 10. Okay, wunderbar. So let's go further with 11. 11. 11. 11. 11. Il, very close. 11, 11. 12. 12. 12. 12. 12. Now the 13. And the 13 is also in German culture perceived as an unlucky culture. So you sometimes find hotel rooms or airplanes have no number 13, so you cannot book the room number 13. Yeah? Okay, 13, 13, 13, 13. Now you will find a rule starting to come. that is repeating. So all the numbers until here were unique in some extent, but now they will become more regular. So if it's 13, you have 3 plus 10, which is 10, 13. What is it with 14? Please stop the video here and make a note how to write it. That is 14. 14. 14. Simple, 14. Now, the same, please stop here and write down 15. What is that in German? 15. Same logic, 15. Now, what's about 16? There comes a small difference. But please try it, write down, stop the video here. There would be 6, excuse me, 16. 16. So the difference here is that the S is lost in that number. It's not existing. 16. Okay, how would I write the 17? Please stop the video here and think about it. You might fall into a trap, and that's normal and that's good for your learning effect. That is sieb, and then we lose the en, 17. 17. So the same logic applies here of something being lost. No? That is lost here, the en. Good. How would I go with 18? That is regular. Please write down for your own training. The answer is 18. 18. Now, how do we go with 19? Stop the video here, write down for your own practice. The answer is 19. Now, what is about 20? That's something new, huh? So this would be 20. 20. 20. Now we come to 21. 21 is, that is something special in German. Ein und ein und 20. Ein und 20. 21. 21. So we have the ein, then we say und 20, which in German, English would be 1 and 20. 21. 21. In addition, in English, you say 20 and then 1. But in German, you say 1 and 20. That's the origin, is because it's an ancient way of calculating for people for their all-day life, where they did not really have things to do that go over 100. So regular farmers there were no things to count that are over 100. In a fairy tale in East Germany, for example, about a spirit ghost from the mountains, the spirit ghost has to calculate something for the princess to get married to him, and he is always having problems to calculate over 100. This story, it is one of the story from called Rübezahl. Rübezahl. Rübe means carrot, and Zahl, you know, the numbers. So this this mountain spirit, this mountain fairy tale giant or ghost, in Scandinavia it would be the equivalent of a troll. He is called Rübezahl because he's calculating the Rüben, which are carrots, and he's missing it. He's permanently mixing up the numbers, and it's also a problem about the German logic of 100. Yeah, because this number system was not used to be over 100. And the same number system was in Norwegian, but they had a reform about that. They adapted it to the English system, to the more logical mathematical system. But this is our ancient way of calculating it. Yeah, so it is in German it would be, we call 1 and 20, so 1 und 20. You have to get used to this. That's how it is done in Germany. So it goes from 1 to 2. Good. Now let's continue with the ancient system. 22. How would you call this? Please write down, stop the video here, train yourself. Das ist 22. 22. 22. Good. Now we can continue with the system you train by yourself. There is no specific exception here, but I just want to go to 26. Because tell me, what means 26? Please write down for your own check. So this would be 26. 26. 26. So here we again have the S. 26. Here the S is kept. Now the same is with 27. How would I call 27? 27 is, write down and stop the video here for your own training. 27. 27. 27. 27. Now here again, the EN is kept. Yeah, compared to not kept in this form. 27. Okay, now we go with, well, that's actually not of need, 27. These are the only exceptions. Now, let's go over to high numbers, which is, for example, we start with 30 in German. So keep it in this row. In German is 3, then 30. Here we have the exception of the sharp S, 30. 30. Now, this exception is not lasting. This is what we call 40. Excuse me, 40. So 40. So no exception here. There we go. Now logically, please write down by yourself to train. Stop the video here and check if it was correct. It's 50. The same goes with correct yourself, write down. What is 60? 60. Now, 70, 70. Here, you see again, it's taken. It's not existing. The S is not existing and the EN is not existing. Yeah? Okay, 70. Then we go with 80. 80. 80. Now, what is about the 90? 90. 90. 90. Okay. And for the last 100, we go back to this row here, is maybe you can guess it. 100 in German is the same logic. 100 ist 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. Good. Now we come, excuse me, we come to an advanced training. By the logic, how would we say 110? How would we say that? Please write it down, correct yourself. The answer is 110. 110. 110. Now we train a bit with other numbers, for example 236. Now write this down for your own training. How would I say 236? Stop the video here. 200. 236. 236. 236. 236. So we have the first part is here, that's the 200. Das ist die 200. And das ist die 36. 236. Okay. Now, train by yourself. Just write 3 digits, 3 numbers randomly, just whatever comes in your mind. For example, 1, 2, 3. Just write it down and then write the German equivalent number for your training and check it with this system up here. Now we go with 1000. 1000. I will mark it now with a point after each 3 dots. 1000 in German ist, think about English expression and now translated German 1-to-1, 1000. So in German, 1000. 1000. 1000. Now let's have an example. Let's say 2456, for example. Now please stop the video here, train for yourself, think how to write this. Answer is 2400. 5 und excuse me, 56. 2456. So we go now with, this is the 1000. So 2000. Then 400. And then 56. Okay. Now do 5 more examples by yourself. Just write random numbers. Stop the video here and train. Now we go further and let's have an example of, let's say we want to say this as a price. It's also important for you to know how to name prices, and thousands are realistic prices. So if you want to say this as a price, you would say, let's say this is 2,456 Euro, for example. You would say, das sind 2.456 Euro. 2.456 Euro. So you just name it that way. But let's say these are 2.456 Euro and let's say 45 cents. So then I would say exactly the same again. 2.456 and then 56 Euro und now 45, how do you say this? Check yourself. 45 Cent. European Union currency is cent. Our old currency was Mark and Pfennig. Okay. Good. So now let's go further with bigger numbers. So what would be this? Test yourself. In German, how would you call that? Exactly, it's 10.000. Now, how would you call this? This is exactly 100.000. 100.000. Now, for the next step, 1 million. How would you call that? Think about it. 1 million in German. Eine Million. Eine Million. Eine Million. Eine Million. Okay. Now we go further. Eine Million. Then you can have 10 Millionen, 100 Millionen. But 1,000 million would be the next unit, which is a billion in English. In the English take it the mathematical way. We Germans have 2 versions of that. We have indeed eine Billion, but we also have an older system which is Milliarden. That is more popular to use. It would be eine Milliarden. Mil comes from 1,000, so it's 1,000 millions. 1,000 millions. Milliarden. So this is more popular to be used. Still, even though mathematically the billion would be more correct to say. Eine Milliarden. Okay, now let's have an incredible number example. Let's say we have just inviting some numbers, 64, 7. So okay, this would be now a huge number. And now comes the question, what is that in German? This would be 3 Milliarden. 3 Milliarden. 2. No, but you make this number by yourself. Stop the video, do it yourself, and this is just your correction reading. Yeah? Don't be lazy. This is a great chance for you to learn. Yeah? Good. The answer is 3 Milliarden 257 Millionen 587. Boah, that's a number, huh? Okay. Yeah, a German black humor would be, for example, that looks like the number of the European Union debt. That's a typical German black humor. Yeah. Good. So this is a huge number. Train yourself by writing down the 9-digit numbers, just randomly 9 numbers in a row, and then train them to get used to the number system in German. Now, how do I calculate in German? We say rechnen. Rechnen is to calculate. To calculate. Rechnen. To calculate. So how do I calculate? If we Germans use with this plus in English, it's 1-to-1 the same. In German you say plus, plus, plus. Now if you want to do the opposite, minus, you say minus. So for example, 1 plus 1, yeah, or 2 minus 1. 2 minus 1. Now see here, the 1 is again, because it's a name by its own, is kept here. Eins. Okay. Now, how would we say the divide 2? Divide 2. Some you can also write it that way. Is in German geteilt durch. Divided 2. Geteilt durch. Here is the word teilen, which means to separate. Teilen is to separate in the German language. Teilen is to separate. Geteilt. Now we have further, if we make the take something to something, some write it that way in mathematics, others write it with dot. And that is in German mal. Mal. Zum Beispiel like 1 mal 2. Mal. Mal nehmen. Examples is, for example here, geteilt durch is 1, geteilt durch 2 ist 0,5, ja, Komma, 0,5. Oder sagen wir 3 mal 2 ist 6. Ist 6. Yeah, so that come now to that would be for this sign is in German Komma, and this evens or equals in English is in German ist gleich. Ist gleich. Ist gleich. So is equal in German. Gleich means equal. Equal ist gleich. And that's it. Ta-da! That's all you need to know. about the numbers. This is depending on your the topics you deal with. It can be very hard, or it can be something very simple for you, because it has to do with math, so there's nothing with language. But for you, just to train, write down now the numbers. 9-digit numbers, just randomly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and so on. Invent some numbers and write this down. And you do this like for 1 or 2 days, repeating, let's say 2 times per day, something, and then the system is clear for you. The only exception is eine Milliarden, and then in the calculation rechnen you have these symbols. And that's it. Good. So it was a pleasure for me. And now comes your training, as always. And I'm looking forward to teach you the next exciting thing. Bye.